Good morning. I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to this Council meeting this morning and quickly go over some general housekeeping. This meeting is being held in person at County Hall and is also being streamed live on the County Council's YouTube channel. A fire alarm is not expected during the meeting, so if the fire alarms do sound, we will need to evacuate County Hall, and in the event of an emergency, please make your way to the nearest exit and meet at the muster point, which is located in the main car park to the front of the building. Could I ask everyone in the building to ensure their laptops, mobile phones and tablets are switched to silent while the meeting is in progress, and also please don't leave them to vibrate and rattle around like a drum. If anyone needs the meeting early, could they please also remove a card and leave it on their desk so that the AV system can see that you're no longer in the meeting. But before we start, I'd like to welcome members of the public, but also remind you that this is a meeting held in public, but it is not a public meeting where the attending audience participates. So you're very welcome to come along and listen to the discussion, which is carried out by the democratic elected councillors. But I should say that if there's any disruption to the meeting, anyone causing that disruption will be asked to leave and accompanied from the building. So before we move on, could I ask Alex, is the broadcast live? Thank you very much. Thumbs up. So, again, for those who have just joined us, I'm Councillor Tom Fitzpatrick, Chairman of Norfolk County Council. So welcome to this meeting of Norfolk County Council, being held today, Tuesday the 27th of January 2026. And we start our meeting, as always, with prayers. And I'd like to welcome our chaplain for today, the Reverend Albert Cadmore, to our meeting. I would ask him to begin today's proceedings by calling upon him to say prayers. Thank you very much.
Well, today is, of course, Holocaust Memorial Day. And the theme this year is Bridging Generations. It's a call to action, a reminder that the responsibility of remembrance doesn't end with the survivors. It lives on through their children, their grandchildren, and through all of us. It encourages us all to engage actively with the past, to listen, to learn, and to carry those lessons forward. By doing so, we build a bridge between memory and action, between history and hope for the future. We do well to remember the message and to hold in mind that theme as we meet today. And a prayer for our meeting. Almighty God, we come to you today asking for your guidance and inspiration as we gather for this council meeting. Help all to engage in meaningful discussion and guide us in the ways of truth, tolerance, wisdom and integrity, and keep us ever mindful of the needs of the people and the communities that we seek to serve. And we pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you very much. If we could now move on to those who have given their apologies for the meeting, and I'll ask Lane Tisdall, Committee Officer, to give the list of apologies. Lane, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Councillor Jane James, Councillor Dan Roper, Councillor Carl Annison, Councillor Ed Maxfield, Councillor William Richmond, Councillor Richard Price, Councillor Alison Birmingham, Councillor Andrew Proctor, Councillor Graham Carpenter, Councillor Mark Kiddle-Morris, Councillor Judy Oliver, Councillor Rodri Oliver, Councillor Ed Connolly, Councillor Claire Bowes, Councillor Chrissy Rumsby, Councillor Alexandra Kemp, Councillor Steve Riley, and Councillor Lana Hempsall. Thank you.
So could we just add to that Councillor Steve Askew, who's just been notified to me. Thank you very much. And Councillor Pentonfold, you wanted to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm attempting to be in two places today, so just to give my apologies, just after 10:30, I'm leaving to attend the Holocaust Memorial Day service at St Peter Mancroft in Norwich, but I'm hoping to be back at 12:30 to rejoin the meeting after the break. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So if you were just to pull your card when you leave and put it back in when you come back. Councillor.
Chair, thank you. So there's misunderstanding. I bring belated apologies from Councillor Simon Ring, who would have been here. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We'll have those added. Thank you. Can I remind councillors that meetings of County Council will not extend beyond 3 hours unless it's extended in accordance with Rule 11, Part 1N of the Council Procedure Rules. However, it is my intention to enact Rule 4, Subsection 5 and Rule 4, Subsection 6 of the Constitution once the meeting period has elapsed, if any business remains. The practical application of this will be the meeting will then continue on a vote-only basis. I do intend to adjourn the meeting of approximately 2 hours at an appropriate point to give us a 30-minute break. So we now move on to agenda item 2, which are the minutes of the County Council meeting held on the 9th of December 2025. These can be found at page 4 in your agendas. And please note, this is for matters of accuracy only. Does anyone have any matters of accuracy they wish to bring to the attention of Council? Otherwise, are councillors content to accept the minutes as they stand? That's been agreed. Thank you very much. Agenda item 3, we now move on to announcements from the Chair, Leader or Chief Executive. Leader, do you have anything you wish to say? Chief Executive? No. So that's me. So, as has been mentioned by our chaplain already, today is Holocaust Memorial Day, and this is a day we join with people around the whole world to remember those millions of people tragically murdered in the Holocaust and under Nazi persecution, and also to honour the victims of the genocides subsequently took place in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. And we take this moment to acknowledge the more recent attacks on Jewish communities, including those tragic events at Bondi Beach in Australia. Holocaust Memorial Day also allows us to reflect that there are still many people around the world who are experiencing hatred and persecution due to war, division and conflict. We know that the ongoing global unrest and attacks in communities continue to deeply concern so many of our employees. Holocaust Memorial Day is an important moment to come together in solidarity, acknowledging the pain and fear many are living with in this day, and reaffirm our commitment to standing against hatred in all its forms. And one thing I'd like to say is that, sadly, 80 years after the end of the Second World War, for many, anti-Jewish prejudice seems to be the only acceptable form of racism, and I think that is to be deplored. So I would like to take a moment this morning to pause and reflect on how each of us can help build a future where no one faces prejudice or persecution because of their faith, ethnicity, or any other characteristics. And I'd ask Council to join me in observing a 2-minute silence, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just inform members that events I've attended since the last meeting can be found on the County Council website. So move to agenda item 4, members to declare any interest. Do members have any interest they wish to declare? Thank you. None, thank you very much. Agenda item 5 is petitions presented to Council, and no petitions have been presented for this meeting. Agenda item 6 is business remaining from last Council meeting, and there is no outstanding business from the previous meeting. Agenda item 7 is questions to the Leader. We have 15 minutes available for questions to the Leader, and as normal I will start the first round by asking the first questioner from the Liberal Democrat group. Who's that? Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been much justifiable anger in the past few days that the voters of Norfolk seem set to be denied their democratic rights once again, with the likelihood of May's local elections being postponed. Leader, you have previously stated publicly that you wanted those elections to go ahead, despite the obvious pressures that will be placed on the Council during the transition to LGR. What message would you like to give to the people of Norfolk from this meeting today? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. I think I made it very clear yesterday the situation that this council finds itself in, which is quite regrettable. We have been asked to make a decision on our elections, which is not a decision that we can make. It's only one that can be made by central government. The Secretary of State and his Minister, Alison McGovern, wrote to me and asked me about capacity. And I asked officers of this council to be honest about that and give them a factual response. And that's what we did. And that letter has been published. Everyone has seen that. I was asked for further clarification, and I repeated the capacity issue that we faced. It's a perfect storm if you think about it. All-out elections with a pre-election period and a post-election period means that the normal business of this council doesn't always happen the way we'd like it to as new councillors bed in. And big decisions of this council are not usually made in the run-up to an election. The monitoring officer and the chief executive gave advice that to make large decisions in the run-up to an election is not what we should be doing to bind the hands of a new administration. So we were honest about that. Local government reorganisation is on the horizon. None of us expected it. None of us asked for it. But to reorganise 8 councils into 1, 2 or 3 unitaries is a massive task, not just on councillors, but on officers too. So we gave a factual response. And even though I was pressed to try and make a decision on behalf of the Secretary of State, I didn't feel it was my place to do that. I felt that with all that information, he was able to make an informed choice. And that's what he did. So that's the situation we were in. That's why I took the stance I did. I know that democracy is very important to all of us here in the chamber. That's why we stand for election when we do. But we've been put in an impossible situation. Secretary of State has made his decision, and we need to get on with the ordinary business of this council and delivering devolution and local government reorganisation once we know what the structure of unitaries looks like.
Thank you. Ask a member from the Labour Group, Councillor Smith-Clare.
Over the past years, we've seen Holt Hall neglected and sold off. The same with Wensum Lodge and now care homes. Can the Leader tell us what's next?
I think that's quite disingenuous, actually, Councillor Smith-Clare. We know that Wensum Lodge is actually under new management and it's still a public building, it's open to the public. It's not always for this council to hang on to every single asset we have if there's a better use for it, a better purpose. And when we're talking about care homes, the contract is coming to an end in March this year. We have to do something. It's not something that we can do nothing about. And I think you will find there is reassurance coming forward for any of our residents and staff in those homes about the way forward. And we will ensure that nobody is disadvantaged by that. But we shouldn't just sit on assets. We should use them for the best use of the public and the taxpayers. And sometimes we get rid of some when there's surplus requirements, and sometimes we acquire them. That is the normal run of business for this council.
Thank you. Can I ask for a question from the Green Group, please? Is it Councillor Rout?
Hello, thank you, Chair. The responsibility for cancelling elections in emergency situations lies solely with the national government. Does the leader agree that it was improper for the government to ask the leader of sitting administrations already beyond their mandate to request cancellation of their own elections?
Thank you, Councillor Rowett. I didn't like being put in the situation where I had to make the decision that I didn't believe was mine to make, and that's why we took the stance that we did to offer the Secretary of State as much information as possible so that he could make the informed decision. Because you're right, it's central government who have to lay the order, central government who have to make that decision. However, there is a precedent for doing this under local government reorganisation. The previous Conservative government did postpone elections in 2021 in Somerset, for example, because they recognised that when a council is coming to the end of its life and a new administration, a new council, new unitary is about to be elected, that it's not necessarily the best use of taxpayers' money to hold elections to a council that's about to be abolished. So you have to weigh up the cost of this against whether you're just going to have elections for the sake of it. This is not a good situation for us because we have all these things coming together, and ideally we would have had our elections last year if we'd known that devolution was going to be delayed. We were going to have more time before our mayor was in place. But we are where we are. That's not something we can unwind. So we have to move forward together. We have to make sure we get devolution over the line, something we've strived for over 10 years. And we have to make sure that the reorganisation that takes place is the best it possibly can be, so there's no gap in services and so that we continue to serve the residents of Norfolk.
Thank you. It takes us to the independent group. Nothing from you, Councillor Moriarty. The Independent Progressive Group.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the leader is also on local government reorganisation. You say in your letter of the 15th of January to Minister Alison McGovern that elections in 2026 could make finding consensus harder. But you haven't secured consensus from a single district council on your preferred model of unitary council. In fact, the only consensus reached is to run scared from an election with Norwich Labour and run scared from our motion today with a wrecking amendment. If no consensus exists today, how can an election possibly endanger it?
The letter from the Minister, Alison McGovern, was to this council, not to district councils. But they will naturally have their own opinion, and I know some have written letters and some have not. With regard to the unitary bids that are in, yes, there is a difference of opinion. This council believes that a single county unitary is the best option because it saves the breakup of 85% of council services across the county. It will cost far less for us to reorganise, and we will make the maximum number of savings and be far more efficient as a result. Not all councils agree with that, and they are entitled to their opinion. However, I think if you look at the bid documents that have gone in, there are an awful lot of holes in the 2 and 3 unitary bid. That's my opinion, and this council will stand by the decision that we made in this chamber, which is that a single county unitary is the best option for Norfolk.
Thank you. That takes us to the Reform UK group. That's a bit.
Thank you, Chairman. I should just quickly say that actually whether there are elections in May or not will be down to judicial review, not the government, next month. But my question concerns a report in last week in the EDP about over 63,000 working days lost to sickness by this council last year. That equates to almost 2 working weeks per full-time equivalent member of staff. So the question's in 4 quick parts. Why the continued substantial rises in sickness days? What is being done about it? why did it take a freedom of information request to extract the information? And even then, the council declined to say how many sickness days were taken for mental health in 2019. And why did a council spokesman in that report last week claim that the rate of increase in mental health issues was lower than average when this is not remotely borne out by national figures?
Thank you, Councillor Bick. You've got your microphone still on, by the way. Yes, we will wait and see what happens with the JR, won't we? But that's a matter for the courts. In terms of sickness, our rate of sickness absent is broadly in line with national figures and lower than average for days lost to mental health. That's been well documented in the national increase in mental health issues since the pandemic. We've seen a general increase across the board. Respiratory illnesses is also another thing that is of concern, but again, that is something that is nationwide, not just restricted to this council. And we take the health, safety and well-being of our staff extremely seriously. We have staff members who look after our staff's mental health, and they are able to go and see counsellors if they are having any issues. And you have to remember that the sort of jobs that we have here are sometimes incredibly demanding. We operate in a very high pressure environment. Those roles can place a significant amount of emotional and physical strain on staff members, which is why we are so careful to look after their well-being. And we are well rated by our staff for being a caring council and for what we do for them. So we'll continue to invest in well-being. We will put more support services in and preventative measures to help our staff stay healthy. And it's also very important that we reduce the stigma around reporting mental health issues, because otherwise people don't get to seek the help they need. So I hear what you're saying, Councillor, but actually the statistics don't bear out that Norfolk County Council is in any way an outlier in terms of staff sickness. In fact, we are well below the national average, and we will continue to strive to make sure that that is so.
Thank you. That brings us to the question from the Conservative Group. Councillor Wilby, you put your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. Would the leader be able to give me an update on our devolution deal as it stands, please?
Yes, Councillor Wilby, and thank you for asking the question. As you know, we've been in negotiations since we heard back at the end of last year that our mayoral elections have now been pushed back to 2028, which I think was unfortunate, but it is what it is now. That's happened. The government are still keen that we get devolution, and that's something that I think we must ensure happens. We've been looking for devolution, for devolved powers and extra funding for economic development, and to take over the adult skills budget so that we can tailor skills and training courses to our population and what our young people need. The deal on the table at the moment, and I did have a meeting with the Minister Miata Fambula last night on Teams, alongside Matthew Hicks of Suffolk County Council, their leader. They've offered us 40% of the investment fund for the first 2 years until we get our mayor. And that fund would be operated by a board once the combined authority is set up. They're still keen for us to do that. And there will be representatives from both counties sitting on that board. We've been having meetings over many months with district leaders in both counties to put together a pipeline of projects, which are the sort of things that we all want to see happen, but we don't have the money for. And that pipeline of projects is what we'll start spending that investment fund on. The other thing that has now come out recently is that the Minister has managed to negotiate that we can actually have a strategic partnership with Homes England once the combined authority is set up. Now, that's not something that is normally given to places that don't have a mayor, but they are going to give us that. So we will be able to access a huge pool of investment funding for affordable housing and for infrastructure projects, which we currently just have to bid into and hope for the best. So we will get the same ability as any metro mayor dip into that fund, and that it will make a massive difference to our county. We were worried about the fire service because the fire service is transferring across in 2027, and we could see there may be a gap in terms of the control over that fire service. But we've been told that we can help to detail how the legislation is written in order that the fire service isn't put in any jeopardy and that there is a smooth transition. And also, we now know that the police and crime commissioners will be disappearing. And again, we will be part of the decision-making in how that actually happens moving into the future. So it was a very positive meeting. The Secretary of State and the Minister are still keen that we land devolution. And I think we need to concentrate on that. We can't afford to let that slip through our fingers again, or we'll end up back at the back of the queue. And I don't think there'll be any more devolution deals done in this Parliament. This is our last chance to grab that money and grab that autonomy for ourselves, and then we can elect our mayor in 2028 and get the full funding and full control of devolution.
Thank you. That's our 15 minutes of questions to the leader. Time is over. Thank you very much. Takes agenda item 8, recommendations for Cabinet, and there are no recommendations from Cabinet for this meeting. Agenda item 9 are Cabinet reports and questions to Cabinet members. It can be found pages 31 to 35 in the agenda. So I'd call upon the leader to move the Cabinet report for the meeting held on the 5th of January 2026.
Thank you, Chairman. I so move.
Thank you. So now we have 30 minutes for questions to Cabinet members. And again, these can relate to anything within the remit of a Cabinet member's portfolio and are not limited to items in any report. Questions won't be taken in a prescribed portfolio order, and as I say, can be to any Cabinet member. And I'll start the first round by selecting the first questioner from the Liberal Democrat group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Acheron.
Thank you. It's to the member for with Cabinet portfolio. The Times said that secret meetings took place with the government to postpone May's elections. Can you just talk us through all the interactions between this council and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government since the 18th of December?
Yes, Councillor Acheron, it's nice to see you in the chamber. I did make it very clear yesterday before Cabinet, because I know there's been an awful lot of speculation in the press, and most of it is made up nonsense. I've never met the Secretary of State, Steve Reid. I have never met the Minister for Local Government Reform, Alison McGovern. I've not even spoken to them on the phone. I've not been given the opportunity. I had no secret meetings. There were no smoke-filled rooms. I don't know where that press release got that information from. It definitely didn't happen here in Norfolk. So all I ever had was those 2 letters, and you know about those letters, and I've responded to them, and you know what the response was. I made it very clear that we would not be making the decision because it wasn't our place to do so, but we did need to give the Secretary of State and the Minister as much information as possible. And there was no third letter either, in case anybody thought there was some other pieces of paper flying about. There wasn't. That's all there was. The Secretary of State made his decision based on the information given. And all the rest of it is made up nonsense, I'm sorry.
Thank you. That takes us to a question from the Labour group, please, which is, yeah, Councillor.
Thank you. My question is to Adult Social Services. To say that I'm extremely concerned about the future of the Lydia Eva Care Home is literally an understatement. As the care home is in my division, and since opening in 2014 as a state-of-the-art facility, also receiving good reviews and reports, serving the residents in the area and the Great Yarmouth area very well, including private residents and those subsidised by Norfolk County Council. I'm unhappy with the lack of consultation around the proposed sale, but more importantly, the lack of local member protocol involvement. Also, have all other options been considered, for example, social enterprises? I won't be assured before the sale is concluded that The sale will be to a reputable care company, not an asset-stripping private equity company. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to assure you that the decision around the awarding of or sale of the Norfolk North's care homes is still to be finalised. There was an agreement made at Cabinet yesterday which was in principle. That still requires quite a considerable amount of due diligence. Like you, I hold Lydia Eva in high regard. I want to assure all the residents and the staff there that actually the situation for them will be unchanged. The ownership might change, but anybody that's working there would be tupied across to a new provider, and the quality of care will continue. I want to pick up on the point of the local member protocol. I, along with all members, including yourself, who had a care home in their division, were informed on the day that the papers for Cabinet were produced. We were provided with information. We were provided actually with a letter that we could share with our communities if we wished to use that, or equally we could write our own letter. And we were all given a point of contact if we had any further concerns. So the local member protocol was absolutely followed, and that was something that I assured, and you received an email on the 16th of January outlining your particular involvement as a local member with Lydia Eva. So I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Chair, on a point of order, may I get some information from the monitoring officer, because I don't think that last answer was entirely correct.
I'll ask the monitoring officer to.
Going
to specific.
Can I just explain? Yeah, thank you. Whilst it's true that there was circulation to members in those circumstances, 3.8 of the Principles and Protocols for Dealing with the Media talks about a press release and statement relating to a specific part of the county. They should be shared with local members for their information before they're issued to the media. The statement that came out came from somebody in the communications department. It did not come under the local member protocol. The local member protocol says 2.5, chief officers shall also be required to liaise with and inform B, the local member on those issues listed in the local member protocol under part 10D. That didn't happen. Could the monitoring officer please clarify?
I'll ask the monitoring officer to clarify and respond to those points.
We would need to look into that further outside of this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, well, the monitoring officer will come back to you on that. Thank you. Takes us to a question from the Green Group, please. And Councillor Neil, is that you?
Thank you, Chair. In the Cabinet papers for the 5th of January, in the risk register, we read concerning the North Western Link. Sorry, it's for you, Graham. Point 4 was July 2025, project board on hold whilst issues for the project have been resolved. Planning applications now withdrawn and project reviewing possible options for consultation. Internal advisory group established to provide input whilst board on hold and whilst the project has been reduced in scope ahead of agreeing next steps. Following Cabinet approval, project governance arrangements to oversee option assessment and consultation to be established with board expected to be in place from late summer 2025, subject to finalisation of DFT funding assessment process. The question is, has this board now been constituted and is it functioning? Who sits on it? Where are its papers and records? What are its terms of reference? Do its meetings take place with public access, with which committees undertake scrutiny? And can the Green Councillors have a place on this board or sit as an observer?
Thank you for that, Councillor Neil. Unfortunately, the government haven't yet awarded us any funding to continue with the assessment of the options going forward. So everything is on hold at the moment whilst we wait for government funding. We were told at some point we may get £1 million to help us with this scheme. We haven't yet received it. It is still there with DFT. So as soon as DFT release those funds and we're able to spend the money on putting together these boards and continue with the options appraisal, we're in limbo at the moment. But we are told that we may get a result from government the end of this month or the end of next month. But unfortunately, whilst there's no funding available, we had to cut down on what we were spending on it until we know that DFT are prepared to fund the rest of the options appraisal going forward. There's no point in having a board that you can't, that you sit down and there's nothing to discuss because A, we need to understand what the options are. There's over 80 options that were put forward. Some of those were discounted in the first round and we ended up with the scheme that we had, but they have to be re-looked at, and any new options that come forward we'll also have to look at again. But unfortunately there is no funding from DFT at this moment in time and we are waiting to see if that comes.
I thank you for that, but
thank you, Councillor. Thank you. I think that was answered. Your question
need to clarify something because part of my question wasn't.
Okay.
Will the committee be of cross-party, including the Green councillors?
We'll look into that when we get the funding. Without having the funding in place, we are not going anywhere. So I think setting these things up in the option that we go forward with something at this moment in time, we have other things to prioritise. But when the funding does become available, I will get back to you.
Thank you. It brings Councillor Moriarty, Independent Group.
Thank you, Chair. Group of one today. My question is for Councillor Plant. Late last year, we had an Infrastructure and Development Select Committee, and highways was on the agenda. In particular, I think we were talking about potholes, and it was, my recollection is, it was quite a reassuring report. The Council and I had an exchange about people reporting potholes on Facebook and other social media, which is not appropriate. But that's not to say that people haven't already reported them and then gone on social media to echo and repeat their complaints. And as a councillor who tries to attend as many parish councils as I can, potholes are the one area which come up frequently, cause the most furrowed brows, and cause more complaints that I have received than anything else. And I'm just wondering whether, and I've asked for it to come back to the Select Committee, but in the interim, is there some way or resource being stretched, acknowledged, that we can put a higher priority on sorting out and dealing with the issue of potholes in the county? Thank you.
Thank you. As we're right in the middle of pothole season, where potholes are formed due to the weather, as you know, cold, ice and water do make these potholes appear. We do have a good record on surface dressing, which stops potholes for a good period of time before they do form. But it is pothole season, and we are taking in on our website. If people report it on the website, it is dealt with within a certain period, depending on the depth of the pothole, because it's categorised and graded. The fastest and easiest way to report a pothole is on our website. We do have a dedicated spot on the website for people to report them. That gives you the exact place of where it is, so that when the teams go out, when they put it into a computer this end, and it'll go to their drivers and the team out there, and they'll do a round of pothole repairs. There's emergency pothole repairs as well. If it's in a really bad place and it needs to get done, we prioritise that as well. And we are getting around the county. There's 6,000 miles of road in the county, and I can assure you that I have plenty of emails coming in telling me that there's potholes being formed here, there and everywhere. I have to tell you that the A47, which is particularly badly potholed between Norwich and Kings Lynn, is not the responsibility of the County Council, but we do report them onto our colleagues at National Highways if they are reported to us. And I was with them last week in Tuddenham, and I did point out that there are several people, including Henry Cater, spoke to me about it and said that the road is terrible between here and Kings Lynn. in certain areas. So they are aware of it, and I do know they have teams going out repairing the potholes as well as we do. It is unfortunate when somebody sets up a new scheme to report potholes that doesn't marry up with our scheme because it doesn't give an exact place of where that pothole is, it does take resource away from our teams to try and go back to them to ask the questions. We have an MP who's set up his own pothole reporting scheme. Unfortunately, it doesn't have as much detail that's needed that we have on our website. So basically, it's slowing everything down to try and get potholes done because we have to go back and find out exactly where they are and ask for more information. And we've had 70 of those so far. So I would advise people, if they have a pothole in their area, report it to your local member, report it to the parish council. They know how to get onto the website, and it will be reported and it will be dealt with.
Thank you, Councillor. Takes the Independent Progressive Group. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for Councillor Carpenter or possibly Councillor Jameson. I don't mind who answers it. It's regarding the 2 new special schools that were previously agreed but delayed by the current government. In yesterday's Cabinet paper, it said that at the time of writing, it's unclear whether the DFE is committed to funding the full cost of realising the 2 new schools or only a proportion based on the previous estimates. Is that still the case today, or has clarification now been received on funding the schools by this council? Thank you.
Yes, in short, Councillor Webb, we had confirmation last week. We've been working very hard behind the scenes to actually pin down, because when we applied for this back in 2023, there was a particular cost for 2 new schools. We needed to go back to government and say, look, in 2026 prices, will you be willing to support that? And they are. So the cost of 2 new schools will be roughly around £40 million. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. It brings us to the Reform Group. Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess this question is best directed at Councillor Jameson. Councillor Thomas said just now that on the proposed sale of Norse, that it was still subject to due diligence. So I'm a little surprised that the identity of the proposed purchase has been revealed if we're in the pre-due diligence phase. I think given that that identity has been revealed, I think there are certainly questions about the strength of that company's balance sheet to support that company sustainably going forward, particularly since Norse has consistently made losses. And can I ask that if no transaction is completed by the end of the contract period at the end of March, what arrangements are in place for the continuing care of the residents?
Thank you, Councillor.
Happy to answer that, Councillor Bick. The first point, to your first point in relation to release of the name, I think it's entirely appropriate that the name was released for the confidence both of staff and residents, and that was why the name was released. It is also, of course, central to what it is that we are doing in terms of this whole process. The papers, which I'm sure you've read, clarify very clearly precisely what it is that we are doing in terms of helping staff, in helping existing residents, and indeed in helping future residents in Norfolk. So that is absolutely clear. In terms of due diligence on the purchaser, Stowe is, of course, backed by a significant company with 24,000 beds in the US. Stowe itself, of course, is a large regional player, both here in Norfolk and also in Suffolk. It has good and outstanding on all its care homes. Due diligence is obviously something that one needs to undertake. It is, if you like, a broad term for overall negotiations. We want to make absolutely certain that the The transaction as outlined, the purpose and strategy of which was outlined very clearly throughout the three papers that came to Cabinet yesterday, that strategy, the transformation of the remainder of this portfolio goes ahead, that it's really good value for money for adult social care, and it remains good value for money for residents overall. That is, those are overriding strategic objectives as clearly enunciated in the reports. Thank you.
Very quick clarification, please.
That would obviously be the situation for the time being, yes. But remember, again, as clearly indicated, there were over 20 applicants to talk to us about this. So, I think that would be a very short-term phenomenon.
Thank you, Councillor. That brings us to the Conservative Group. Councillor White. Could you use your microphone, please?
Well, have another go. This is to Penny. I know it's about the SEN school again, but hoping to have one in my division down the market. I see that Council has successfully secured funding for 2 new SEN schools in our county. As highlighted in recent positive media coverage, would a Cabinet member join me in praising the hard work and dedication of officers and partners in securing this funding, and in welcome the significant and positive impact these schools will have for our children and families for this area?
Thank you for the question. In short, yes, of course, I am delighted that this will come to fruition. It's been a very long road. We started this back 2023 under the previous government. But obviously it is a huge amount of money, and because of that, the proposal has to be posted on our forward plan for 28 days, and the earliest we can announce a formal decision will be around 18th of February, but this has to go to the Children, Families, Community Select Committee, and that will be heard on the 10th of February for scrutiny, and then be fed back to our Cabinet. But I have to say, our officers behind the scenes have lobbied very hard to government about this, getting this through, because it has caused many issues with children being transported. And if I will be am allowed to, I will tell you about some transport of children within our county, just to give you an idea of why these 2 sites are needed. So I've written it all down, you have to bear with me. The current demand now, so I will cover children from Great Yarmouth and Downham Market. The current demand now is we have 188 children in Great Yarmouth who are seeking places, and 108 children in Downham Market. So we have 69 children in Great Yarmouth, Gorleston and Caister travel to Norwich or North Norfolk to attend state special school, and 15 children from Downham Market and neighbouring postcodes to travel to Fakenham and Norwich. We have 28 children in Great Yarmouth, Gorleston and Caister who are travelling to a state special school outside of Norfolk in lieu of available places, and 41 children in Bretland and West area are also travelling outside of Norfolk. So that actually does give you a bit of a flavour as to the movement of children from Great Yarmouth and Downham Market. So these new schools are desperately needed. The Royston end would be for 100 children with autism, and the Great Yarmouth one will be for children with special educational needs and disabilities, and that'll be 173 children. So once these buildings are in place, then we've cut down a lot of travelling for children, which is something that, as perhaps anybody who knows me knows, that has been my main concern since 2017, that children shouldn't be travelling miles to school. So with that, and with all our SRBs, which we've built 41, and we've got a lot more in the pipeline, we are trying to cover that. We should probably have about 1,000 spaces for children's special educational needs in the county, but we are still working on that. But I have to say it's our staff, it's the schools forum, and it's the government as well have all worked together to make this happen. So I'm delighted on behalf of the children and families of Norfolk. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That takes us on to the second round in this, and ask for questions from the Liberal Democrat group, please.
That'll be Councillor Adams,
Councillor Adams.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr. Chairman. Councillor Plant, good morning. Issues are being reported across the county in respect of transport provision serving Eastern College, which is absolutely essential for its offering specialist, rural, vocational and sports training. The public transport provision from North Norfolk is frankly pitiful, but it seems young people as close as Cossey are also having to take laborious and necessarily time-consuming routes to get to college. Will you commit to reviewing public transport provision serving Eastern College, given that 500 residents of North Norfolk have signed a petition asking for this action? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I haven't seen that petition, so it's new to me. Sorry. The provision could be looked at. We do have extra monies that are coming in from the BSIP and from other sources. So the requests that you're asking for, I can't do a blanket speak on the whole of North Norfolk. If you're more specific about exactly where we're talking about and where it's going to and the frequencies, I'm sure that if you put them to us and we can have a discussion about that, I'm happy to have that talk.
Thank you. Take us to the Labour group, please. Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question will be for Councillor Jameson. Will the Cabinet member come and explain to the community in my division, in particular those directly affected, just what is going on and why, concerning the sale of Mayflower Court, a state-of-the-art facility highly thought of across the community? And is the Meadows likely to be included in this asset sale? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Sands. I would be quite happy to do so, but I would have expected by now that you would have read and fully appreciated the detail that was in the Cabinet papers that we spoke of yesterday, was released 10 days before. The sale of Mayflower is just part of an enormous transformation program that we are undertaking as we seek to reposition adult social care for the elderly in Norfolk. As you know, since 2018-19, we have been developing our independent care operation. We just yesterday committed a further £35 million in order that the 1,135 beds can be put forward in to conclude that amazing and extremely popular facilities. So that is being done. At the same time, the nature of care has changed an awful lot since the Norse Care were asked to develop their portfolio, which they began to do, and Mayflower was one of the ones that they did. And extreme, just like in the case of Lydia Eva, it's an extremely well managed, extremely high quality care. That, however, will be part of a transaction. If that transaction is undertaken with Stowe Healthcare, I think that I'm sure you've done the due diligence or initial due diligence on that company. As I've said to an earlier questioner, with 10 homes in Norfolk and Suffolk, they're an extremely well-known all care homes, good and outstanding, and I've every confidence that the residents of the care home, and it's the residents of the care home and their relations that I'm primarily concerned with, along with the staff there, that those residents can see, if you explain to them what is in the the Cabinet reports, they can see how copper-bottomed the guarantees that we are asking any proposed buyer of Mayflower, that the prices that they pay or prices that the council pays on their behalf will not alter while they're there, that there will be no change unless they wish it for their residents. They can stay there as long as they like.
Can I ask for a comment on the last part of my question, which was...
Sorry, Councillor.
No, I'm so sorry. Absolutely, of
Yeah,
course.
the Meadows side of things, because of course it's the one big building. We've got the Mayflower and the Meadows.
That will be part of the sale. Yes.
Thank you. That takes us to the Green Group. I think that's you, Councillor Price.
Thank you. I'll go quicker than what we've had a little bit. But this is to the Cabinet Member for Public Health and Wellbeing. The BBC has reported on the tragic deaths of Ollie, Ben and Alfie, highlighting serious gaps in drug treatment for children and young people. The government's independent drugs advisor, Professor Dame Carol Black, has said that children have suffered from years of underinvestment and that there is a need for adequate inpatient facilities for those with complex needs. Dr. Will Haydock, Chief Executive of the drug charity Collective Voice, has also warned that young people need a coherent, coordinated package of care and national leadership with a clear strategy and plan for reducing harm. Does the Cabinet Member for Public Health and Wellbeing support these views? And will he commit to pressing for stronger, better resourced and more joined-up provision for children and young people in Norfolk who are struggling with drug addiction by writing to the government?
Thank you, Councillor Price. And thank you for the question. As I say, I don't believe currently we need to write to the government. But as I say, every death is tragic. And every death we need to look at how we can work better to support, particularly in this area, young people who have drug issues. But if you actually look, Norfolk County Council have increased their investment. In 2024, we increased our investment for treatment in drug and alcohol for children by £274,000. So we are looking at some areas, you say, have significant issues. I'm very pleased to say currently this county does not experience high needs. So that's a good thing. However, we don't want to be complacent. So we're looking at the changing habits and the needs of young people, and we've been evidence-led. So the Flourish survey has shown us that the drug and alcohol use with young people does not sit in isolation. So we need to look at the other needs and risk-taking behaviour that young people take. It's well recognised within Norfolk Drug and Alcohol Partnership and the Children and Young People Strategic Alliance that we need to look deeper at this. There's been a national youth strategy which gives us even more understanding of the needs of young people and looks at young people's substance misuse. As I say, clinical intervention for children and young people is rare, particularly in Norfolk. But once again, it is an area we know we need to look at and we need to improve. But pathways are in place for children and young people with substance misuse service, through the substance service called Unity, as I say. But also for adults, Change, Grow, Live, you've probably heard of that. That's the adult drug and alcohol service. And we're looking at supporting transition from one into the other, because that's very important. Transitions from children to adult services, we all know, can be problematic. So it's an area we are looking at. So service development over the last 2 to 3 years shows an investment in this. So the council is investing, and we are looking at this. Additional funding has ensured a full calendar of training as well for teams working with children and young people to build knowledge and skills. So once again, we're trying to build the people that work with young people to gain a better understanding of children and young people in our area, in Norfolk. So further investment has allowed us to commission services to support parents and carers who are concerned about the children's use of drug and alcohol, which is really important because a lot of parents are actually feel quite lost. They don't know. They don't have any experience of this. It's a world they do not know. So together, I would say, we're working very, very holistically. We're looking across the piece at children and their parents and the transitions that they go through to see what we can put in place. And I think collectively, this council is doing a great deal. So currently, we don't need to write to government, but I think government can do more. So any more funding they could give us to help in this, we would actually welcome. But that's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now out of time for that item. Agenda item 10, recommendations from committees. There are no recommendations for committees for this meeting. Agenda item 11 are reports from select committees. The first one is the Adult Social Care and Public Health Select Committee, which met on the 14th of January. Councillor Gurney, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to present the report as written. Thank you. We've had some really good meetings. I thank the officers and the councillors for their kind debate and constructive discussions and the decisions we made. The committee is progressing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The Children's, Families and Communities Select Committee meeting was held on the 16th of January. Councillor Long, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And in moving the report, I'd like to draw Council's attention to the item 2 on page A4, and that was the promotion and uptake of fostering and adoption in Norfolk, and how vitally that is important. Not least that it was mentioned this morning as well as I was driving over to County Hall on Radio Norfolk. So it's something that has been picked up by the media, and thank them for the work that they were putting in on that. I'd also draw attention to the Forward Work programme, which included the arrangement of additional meeting for the 10th of February, when we are looking to discuss Norfolk's funding allocation for high needs, specifically whether or not that funds the 2 schools that have been talked about earlier, which, with the additional information we've had from the portfolio holder, I think will hopefully steer the committee in the right direction. However, it does seem it's government's policy to try and get provision where possible within mainstream school placements, and so the area where which Councillor Wright pointed out with Down Market, it's vital that we look to provision there. So welcome anyone who wants to come along to listen in and attend that additional meeting. Thank you.
Would you like to move the report, please, Councillor?
Thank you. I do indeed.
Thank you. Health Overview Select Committee. The meeting was held on the 15th of January 2026. Councillor Jones, please.
I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Agenda item 12, reports from other committees. First is the Audit and Governance Committee. Meetings held on the 15th of January. Councillor Mackey, please.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Very happy to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The Health and Wellbeing Board report for the meeting held on the 3rd of December 2025. Councillor Weinmark, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Pensions Committee meeting held on the 2nd of December 2025. Councillor Peck.
I move the report, Chair.
Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item 13, the Independent Remuneration Panel, review of member allowances schemes. Can be found on page 41, and I call upon the Leader of the Council to move the report, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to remove the report, but I would like to thank the Chairman of the committee, Claire Whelan, OBE, and the other members of the committee, this panel. They are completely independent of us. They review everything that goes on, and we thank them very much for their hard work and due diligence in making sure that things are fair and reasonable.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Jimmerson, do you want to speak now or after anyone else has spoken? Speak at the end. Thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Watkins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council, I'd like to also place on record the Liberal Democrats group's appreciation of the work of the Independent Remuneration Panel in a time of huge pressure on local authority resources. It is essential that every penny is spent wisely. I think that's what people would rightly expect, and I think that the Independent Remuneration Panel, in the way that they have discharged their responsibilities, have been very mindful of that sensitivity. Thankfully, several other councillors across party have taken the trouble to either meet up with or make written representations to the panel to help with their deliberations. I was not one of them, and I would like to apologise for not actively engaging with the process. I should have done so. Anyway, there does appear to have been some very healthy discussions on the recommendations before us, and indeed some challenge, but I'm very confident that despite that, that the recommendations before us today are ones that we'll be happy to endorse. So thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Webb, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've got a comment or a question. I don't know whether we're allowed to ask questions, but it's the fact that the Council has leapt to implement these recommendations to increase SRAs and other allowances for the new committee structure, and yet it hasn't done anything at all on the independent remuneration panel's recommendation from July 2023 on, or it was a recommendation 13 on allowances, and it said that the recommendation was that the County Council considers a review mechanism within the scheme to help flexibility for those councillors with dependents with more complex needs. As far as I'm aware, nothing has been done on that recommendation, and yet here we are talking about increasing allowances again on another report and recommendation 2.5 years later.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morphew, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I did engage with the process, very much so. And I would like also to pay my compliments to the panel. They worked extremely diligently. I wouldn't fancy their job, to be perfectly honest. And the way that they cross-examined me, and I was fairly outspoken, you'd be surprised to hear, I think is a great tribute to them. I'm a little, well, at one level, disappointed that they didn't agree with me, but they are an independent review panel, and the fact that they've showed their independence, I think, is to be admired, and I hope they continue as a panel to carry out the work for as long as we need them to do that. So I don't entirely agree with their recommendations. However, as an independent review panel, I think they do need to be supported, and I'll be voting for it as a consequence.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else who wants? Councillor Rowett.
Thank you. We did engage with this process, and I respect that the fact that it is an independent process, but I would like to put on record that the allowances system does privilege some opposition parties and groups, giving them political assistance and spokesperson allowances, but it's actually harder work and more effort for those smaller groups that have to be represented across the whole spectrum without a political assistant, and we do put in our hard work in contributing to the scrutiny that these committees do, and arguably this is more work, not less, for the smaller groups. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anything else wishes to contribute to debate? Yeah, Councillor Neil, please.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the independent panel. We're very open and honest. For Councillor Morphew, they did listen to me and they agreed with me on some things. But what is always disappointing, and it seems to be time after time, where they agree with what we're suggesting, but then put the caveat, but we will not recommend it because it will affect the council's budget. So this makes a farce of what they really think.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else that I haven't picked up? Right, thank you very much for that. And that takes us to Councillor Jimmerson, the second of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Well, I might just sum up on by answering, if I can, some of the points raised by members just now. In relation to the remuneration panel in July 23, my understanding is that the recommendations were approved, but I'm happy to advise the independent panel to go back and consider this issue again, if necessary, and then come back to it.
No, point of order, explanation, if that's okay. Can I do that?
It's not a question. It's a debate. It's not a question.
No, it's a point of order, because that's not what I said.
But
It's not the panel that didn't do the panel put in the recommendation. It's that the council haven't taken the recommendation forward or done anything on it. It's not the panel that didn't do the work. The panel did.
But we'll look into it. All right, Councillor Webb. My understanding was that all recommendations were taken forward. I will certainly look into that. I'd want to make an additional point that you said there's increases in remuneration. This is broadly neutral. This is a neutral remuneration stance. There's no additional costs overall to this council. I'd also make the point that in relation to political assistance, I think that there has to be some consideration given to relative size. There are 50 currently members in the Conservative group, and I think that it would be unfair if they had the same backup as somebody with 2 members, for example. Thanks.
Councillor Mason-Billy, do you wish to summarise?
No, I think Councillor James has answered that adequately. And I did also take part in the remuneration panel interviews, and we always appreciate their openness and honesty with us, and we respect their judgment in this case.
Thank you. That the report has been duly moved, seconded, and debated. Could I call for, I think a show of hands is probably enough in this. All those in favour of accepting? That's for whom the bell tolls. Anyone against? 2 against. Any abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions. Thank you very much. So the proposal is carried. Thank you very much. Brings the agenda item 14, notice of motions. There have been 6 motions submitted for the meeting. And I'll invite the proposal, the first motion to propose it. That's Councillor Plant. Sorry, I just remind you, sorry, my fault. Proposers will have 5 minutes to speak to the motion. Seconders and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Plant.
Thank you, Chairman. I bring this motion because in Hemsby, the sea is not waiting for policy clarity, funding rounds, or ministerial reassurances. It is taking land, homes and livelihoods right now. One night alone, 10 metres of cliff collapsed, placing 18 homes at critical risk and forcing emergency evacuations. Houses that were meant to be safe for decades have been lost earlier than predicted. For residents, this is not an abstract climate discussion. It is the sound of the ground giving way beneath their homes. Storm events are accelerating erosion along this stretch of coast. People are living with constant uncertainty. Norfolk's coastline is on the front line of a climate change, yet communities like Hemsby are still being asked to live with outdated, not fit for purpose plans, inadequate funding models, and a national system that responds far too slowly to fast-moving reality. While this council and partners have worked constructively to manage risk and support residents, we cannot pretend that local government can solve a national failure of policy and funding. Coastal erosion is not a local inconvenience. It is a national infrastructure and resilience issue. The costs of inaction are being pushed onto individual households who are losing their homes through no fault of their own, with little certainty, limited to no compensation, and no clear pathway forward. This motion is a clear ask for urgency, fairness and accountability. It calls on central government to update funding formulas that no longer reflect reality, to provide long-term ring-fenced adaptation funding, and to establish a fair national framework for compensation and relocation. If we continue to move at the pace of national policy while the coastline erodes at the pace we are seeing in Hemsby, then the outcome is obvious. More homes will be lost, more families will be displaced, and more communities left feeling abandoned. This council should be absolutely clear. We will not accept a drift, delay, or use outdated assumptions while our coastline collapses. We owe our coastal communities better than that, or your inland communities may well become coastline communities. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand the amendment has been proposed for that. Okay, before that, could I ask, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Carpenter. What I propose to do is take the amendment first, and then if you wish, do you wish to exercise your right to reply after everyone else? Okay, so Councillor Price, would you propose your amendment, please? And do you have a seconder for it?
Councillor Rowett, I believe it's been circulated. I'll start my minutes from now. What the residents of Hemsby are living through is frightening, exhausting, and deeply unfair. Homes lost overnight. Cliffs collapsing far faster than anyone was told to expect. Families forced to evacuate with no certainty about what comes next. Communities watching the ground literally disappear beneath their feet. This is not the fault of the residents of Hemsby. They did nothing wrong, yet they are being left to shoulder the costs, emotional, financial, and practical, of a crisis they did not cause. This amendment supports them by strengthening the original motion and by being honest about what we are facing. Because Hemsby is not just a local issue. It is the cruel reality of climate change hitting Norfolk today. Storms are more intense, sea levels are rising, erosion is accelerating well beyond previous projections, and the science tells us this will not slow down unless global emissions fall rapidly. Treating this as a business as usual simply does not match the reality on the ground. That is why declaring a climate emergency matters. It tells residents we understand the scale of what they are facing. It tells officers that this council expects urgency, alignment and leadership. And it tells national government that Norfolk County Council recognises climate change. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay.
Could I ask all councillors to please check, that's the second time it's happened, to please check the phones are turned off, and hopefully mine won't ring down.
Okay. Okay.
We have stopped the clock, but if you wish to start, we'll restart the clock.
Okay, just bring it to order.
It's all right. I'll do that. Don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm waiting.
You just start speaking, and we'll start the clock. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're just steaming full steam ahead to climate oblivion. But I will resume, and the speech is timed, Chair, so it will work. I'll take off from the last paragraph. And it tells national government that Norfolk County Council recognises climate change as the defining challenge shaping our coast, our infrastructure, and our communities. Refusing to declare a climate emergency sends the opposite message, that this is somehow optional, secondary, or too uncomfortable to name. For communities like Hemsby, that silence is loud. This amendment also addresses a fundamental flaw in how we talk about progress, carbon accounting. Neither nationally nor here at Norfolk County Council do we properly account for Scope 3 emissions, the carbon embedded in what we import, consume and outsource. That emission massively understates our true carbon footprint and gives a false sense of progress towards net zero. If we don't count the emissions we cause elsewhere, we are not being honest with ourselves or with our residents, and we are certainly not aligned with the science. So this amendment does three things. It strengthens support for residents now, it demands fairness and leadership from national government, and it asks this council to be honest, urgent and brave in the face of the climate crisis. Voting for this amendment today is a vote to stand with the people of Hemsby and to show clearly and publicly that Norfolk County Council takes climate change seriously. So I do urge members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant, do you wish to accept the amendment as proposed?
No, thank you for the amendment, but no, Chairman. I do believe...
Is you don't wish to accept it? That's fine. That you have a seconder for it. Does the seconder wish to speak now or...
Reserve my right, please.
Does anyone wish to speak on this amendment at all, please? Thank you. Councillor Long first. Thank you. Councillor Long, then Councillor Gurr.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I mean, we've heard this all before, but this motion is about bringing direct action and bringing forward things that will make a direct difference. It's not about the big picture, it's about the reality. And we hear far too much about declaring an emergency. What difference would that make to the people of Hemsby? None whatsoever. They need direct action and they need defences to keep their homes safe. Now, I'm on record previously of saying I would rather live with a cliff stopping the water than I would be in a low-lying area such as the Fens, where there are no cliffs or very little in the way of cliffs. There's man-made defences. But as this progresses and as we see what's happening with wave action, on the base of the cliff, and actually sometimes the erosion is caused by water, from the land side, adding to the erosion process. Actually living on top of a cliff, whilst it's lovely to have the sea view, is becoming more and more of a risk. And I think conflating that with the world's problem of climate change is wrong. And I think this motion, as presented, presents the right approach, and actually direct action is what's needed. So I won't be voting for the amendment, and I would urge people to support the motion as presented, and may it lead to direct action to get the defences that the people of Hemsby and all around the Norfolk coast need. And I look to my part of the world, in Hunstanton, there's trigger points on the eroding cliff there as to when direct action needs to start to happen. The first epoch of the shoreline management plan has already passed, and those cliffs have eroded faster in that time than we anticipated them to. So it's not just Hemsby, it's right round the coast, and actually we need to think more about how we defend rock armour and defence measures than we do about CO2 levels, because at the moment the sea is doing the job.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gurney, please.
Chairman, it's not about the motion. I'd like to apologise to the council for my phone going off. I had to go to the facility, and I'm sorry, truly sorry that you were entertained. I'm sorry.
I think we'll all forgive you this time. Yeah.
It's on the floor, and it's nearly had my foot through it, actually. But I am truly
that's
apologetic,
that's very
Chairman.
I think that's very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Councillor Kearney. Does anyone else wish to speak, Councillor Neil, on the amendment?
Yeah, it's really in response to Councillor Long's blinkered narrow-sightedness. I'd like to remind him that there's a country not so far away called the Netherlands, which has declared climate emergencies. They take it seriously. In fact, part of their country is actually several metres below sea level, and they don't have a problem because they've taken it seriously. So this is why we put this amendment in, to get people to take it seriously, because you're talking about the result and not the cause.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker, please.
I do beg your pardon, I couldn't hear you.
No, sorry,
I'll speak louder.
Could I just say that most of what's been said about Hemsby, I would totally agree with, because to watch and to listen to the responses from the responsible bodies for coastal erosion was painfully inadequate. Thankfully, what has been asked for in the Green motion is, the amendment, sorry, is Labour is reforming the national policy for flooding and coastal erosion, replacing the old worn-out Conservative formula that blocked Hemsby receiving funding. Thankfully, the new rules come into place April 2026 and will prioritise those at the highest risk.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Mason-Billig.
Just on the amendment, just to say that we don't declare emergencies in this chamber. We think actions speak louder than words. This council has a very proud reputation on its environmental credentials. We've been rated very highly, and Councillor Price will know that. We take this incredibly seriously, Councillor Neil. These are our residents, our people, but we don't feel there's the need to declare emergencies in order to be seen to be acting in the best interest of the people of Norfolk.
Thank you. Councillor Bick, then Councillor Colwell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We find these sort of motions very difficult to support, and in this case, the amendment as well. At the end of the day, you describe a recent problem, you point to the longer term problem, but you then end up saying you're going to write the Secretary of State, effectively saying it's somebody else's problem. I think if you want to be taken seriously over things like this, you need to build a robust, first of all, a robust wave-breaking infrastructure model that's been fully financially tested. Since this problem goes right the way down to Walton-on-the-Naze, we should be talking in detail about a plan to Suffolk and Essex. I didn't hear any indication that that goes on. And we've got something here which I think is truly ludicrous. We're going to ask the Cabinet member from Environment and Waste to update a plan, ask the Environment Agency to update a plan that is 14 years out of date and based on data that's even 5 years older than that. So let's make no mistake about it. Coastal erosion is a very serious issue. It's a serious issue that homeowners don't get any compensation when it happens. But I think we've got to treat it a lot more seriously than this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Colwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to put on record the fact that I actually feel uncomfortable with the Conservatives having brought this motion because the reality of the situation is that the Conservative government over the last 14 years have not done enough to support the residents of Norfolk and Hemsby in particular. And so it feels almost like the residents of Hemsby are being treated as some kind of political football to make some points today. I'm pleased to hear that reform, by the sounds of it, might be believing in climate change. But today, I and the Liberal Democrat group will be supporting this motion because there is a climate emergency and we should be doing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Thank you. No. Then, in that case, I shall return to Councillor Rowett as seconder of the amendment.
Thank you. I wanted to draw attention to the fact that we've not diluted this motion at all. So the suggestion that there's some problem with this being not supportive is clearly wrong. In response to Councillor Mason-Billig's response, we're pointing out that we do not take account of Scope 3 emissions in this Council's net zero strategy. I'd like to thank Councillor Bick for seeing that this is a bigger picture that affects the coast all the way down to Suffolk and beyond. We will not accept delay, says Councillor Plant. Well, that's exactly what we are interested in. it's not about the big picture, says Councillor Long. Well, it's incredible that this powerless council cannot see that the sea eroding our country is part of a big picture. If we don't address climate change, it will not be just the residents of Hemsby being let down by this council. You can't defend everywhere from the terrible consequences that we've seen advised in the recent report released partially by the government. Had the Greens been given the opportunity to prepare the country for accelerating storm damage a long time ago, we'd not be where we are now, and the chance to get Greens into power is long overdue, but better late than never. Why are the other parties running scared? Because they've got vested interests in the industries that seek to reduce climate action. So I would suggest that everybody needs to support the idea that we declare a climate emergency and pin our colours to the mast. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll return to Councillor Plant as the mover of the original motion to write a reply to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bick did mention that the Environment Agency are outdated in their reports. I have to agree with that, absolutely. It's one of the problems that we have is that the reports that are coming forward are so seriously out of date that they're not fit for purpose, and therefore we have a body that's supposed to protect us from the environment, not protecting us at all. And I think that's one good point, and I thank him for that. The Environment Agency have something called managed retreat that they've had for 20 years now. Managed retreat means moving everything back from the coastline to create a new coastline, but they haven't actually identified what that new coastline would look like in their managed retreat policy. So again, I railed against it 20 years ago because from what I can see, if we did what they asked, then the sea would come in from behind Great Yarmouth and it would just be an island. So I railed against that 20 years ago. The Netherlands, in answer to that question, the government pays for every single defence that happens from the sea. The government pays for it. Not local communities. A local community doesn't get together and bung some money together and try and put something out at sea that saves their community. This is a national issue for the national government to deal with. We have an environment agency that's not fit for purpose, and unless we get that changed, we're going to see more coastline right along Norfolk going, because we're talking about Haysborough, we're talking about other coastlines, Scrapby, Winterton, they're all being affected, and nothing is being done by the Environment Agency except managed retreat. I disagree with that, absolutely. I think that's an absolute disgrace for a country that's supposed to be protecting its coastline and its communities. It's good to hear that there's new funding in April. I look forward to see how that is spent on the Norfolk coastline. And we didn't have 14 years of Tory government. We had 5 years of a coalition with the Lib Dems and 10 years of Tory. So again, it's one of those things in the 5 years that you were there, you could have done something, but you didn't. And I think it's really important as well that we bear in mind that the urgency of this proposal, this motion, cannot wait for changes in policy. I did say that at the beginning. Is not waiting for policy clarity, funding rounds or ministerial reassurance. It is taking land and homes now, and we need action now, and that's what this motion is asking the government and the Environment Agency to do. So no, I reject the amendment, and I think we should go on straight away with the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So the amendment has not been accepted by the proposer. The amendment has been duly proposed, seconded and debated. So we'll go to the vote. Those who are in favour of the amendment as tabled, please raise your hands. I'll just do it by show of hands.
Chair, can we have a recorded vote then?
All right, if okay, we'll do
or
an
just
electronic
the electronic vote.
Okay, let's do the electronic vote. Thank you. And this is a vote for or against the amendment. Thank you.
Chairman, could I just say that I shan't vote on this because I left the room for 5 or 10 minutes while this was taking place, Chairman.
Thank you. So, right, okay. So you've changed that. You want to change from abstain to against. Okay. So, is everyone that wishes to vote to the opportunity to do so? So I'll note what Councillor Clancy said. So for the motion, the amendment 13, abstentions 7 and against 34. So the amendment is lost and we return to the substantive motion. Thank you very much. We'll let that run through. Councillor Dark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just a point of order as to how you want to proceed with this. I'd like to make a very minor amendment, if I may, or propose one, which I hope will be accepted. But it's just whether I go now or later in the debate.
If you wish to make an amendment, please do so now. And who do you have a seconder for it?
I do.
Who is the seconder? Councillor Bill. Okay, can we have your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm hoping that it's something that all councillors can agree to and the mover of the original motion. It's fully in support of what's being put forward. It's just hopefully this might add to it. So it's under the council resolves to, and it's under 1. And I'd like to replace that when we say request that the leader of the council writes formally to the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, setting out the urgency of the situation in Hemsby, to insert in there, so it reads, request that the leader of the council writes formally to the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and ask them to come and see for themselves the urgency of the situation, set it and in Hemsby, and demanding immediate action following. So it effectively is exactly what the original motion says, but actually asking them to come and see for themselves. And I'm quite happy to explain why I think that would add to the original motion.
Sorry, so you're suggesting deleting setting out and asking them to come and see?
Yeah, so it actually says write to the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs and ask them to come and see for themselves the urgency of the situation in Hemsby and demanding immediate action including. So it's actually, rather than potentially an exchange of letters, we're actually saying to them, come and see for yourselves.
Okay, the fastest way, I'll ask Councillor Plant if he's willing to accept that.
Waiting for a minister to come down could take a long time. A letter will be good, so I think both. So if the member's willing to change that to a bullet point underneath, suggesting that the minister comes down to view the area with the words that you've just now put together, I'd be happy to have that as a bullet point underneath, but I also want a letter, because if it can come down and we won't see much of that, but a letter has to be responded to.
So what you're saying, Councillor Plant, is you would leave paragraph 1, but you'd like the amendment to be put as a bullet point. Yeah. Okay. Would you be happy to propose that, Councillor Dark?
Point of explanation or something?
So I'm asking Councillor Dark what he would do as the amendment, and then I'll come to you after that. So would you be prepared to do that, Councillor Dark, and propose that?
Yes, I would, Chair, and apologies for that this has come up from the floor, but I do think an extra bullet point of actually asking them to come out and see for themselves, given how long this has been going on and we haven't seen someone, would be appropriate.
Right, and you have a seconder for that, and Councillor Plant has agreed that he would accept that as an amendment. Councillor Rowett, you wanted to speak.
It seems to me that the original amendment already says rights formally, so I don't think it abolishes the letter. So I don't see that.
Sorry, Councillor. The amendment proposed by the Greens has been proposed, seconded, debated on, and has been lost, and is not.
No. I'm talking about this amendment.
Sorry, Councillor. The Councillor Plant was asked what he'd accept. He said what he'd accept. Councillor Dark has modified it to agree to make it a bullet point.
I don't think you need to modify it.
Councillor, please. Councillor Plant, that is what we're doing. We're getting the amendment which has been accepted. And that then becomes part of the substantive motion. Thank you. So, thank you. So we now have an amended motion, which is following the acceptance of the amendment proposed by Councillor Plant. So we now return to the debate on the amendment, on the motion as amended. I've got Councillor Bensley first. Councillor Bensley. Sorry, I'll add you to the name, thank you. Councillor Bensley, I believe, first. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I support this motion today, obviously, but I'm not really here to talk as a councillor, but more as somebody who lives and breathes Hemsby, and my roots in Hemsby run very, very deep. I'm a third-generation business owner in the village. I grew up there. I built my livelihood there. My family have invested decades of hard work, care and belief in the community, and now find itself in the front line of a crisis we didn't cause. Hemsby is just not a postcode on a map. It's a living, breathing community. It's families, small businesses, seasonal workers, visitors, and generations of memories built along our coastline that is now disappearing at a terrifying rate. In a single night, we lost around 10 metres of cliff. 18 homes were pushed into critical danger decades earlier than predicted. People went to bed thinking their homes were safe and woke up to evacuation notices. This isn't abstract climate projection. This is living now. This is fear. This is shock. This is heartbreak. And I've been dealing with this with other colleagues for the last week or so, and the level of abuse and, as I said, aggressiveness that some of the officers have dealt with has been extreme, and I fear a lot of it has come from social media. I'm just thankful some councillors out there have reached out to me and offered support. I had numerous from Labour, obviously from Lib Dems as well, and other Conservative colleagues, and it has been very emotional, and that's been exhausting for our community recently, but I'm getting off point there, sorry. In a single night, we lost around 10 metres of cliff. 18 homes were pushed into critical danger decades earlier, as I said earlier, sorry. Residents are watching their life savings crumble into the North Sea. Business owners are facing uncertainty that makes it almost impossible to plan, invest, or even insure. Children are growing up wondering whether the places they call home will even exist when they are adults. Norfolk is on the front line of coastal change, yet coastal communities like Hemsby and others in Norfolk continue to be treated as though they're afterthoughts in a national policy, which I'm really pleased will be looked at in April. Funding models at the moment do not reflect the speed of severity of erosion on our fast-changing rural coastlines. Decision-making is slow, certainty is absent, compassion is inconsistent. Let me be clear, Norfolk County Council alongside Great Yarmouth Borough Council has not stood still. Officers, members, district colleagues, outside bodies and other agencies have worked together in this. There have been collaboration, commitment and genuine care, but local government just cannot carry national crisis alone. Coastal erosion is not local inconvenience, it is a national infrastructure and resilience issue. When communities are lost, when homes collapse, when roads, utilities and tourism economies are threatened, this becomes a matter of national responsibility. The current government must step up with urgency, clarity and fairness. As I said, hopefully that will come in April. Communities like Hemsby and others in Norfolk need clarity in funding, fairness in compensation, realistic and updated planning, a compensation for those facing loss of their homes through no fault of their own. We need a new long-term ring-fenced funding
Councillor, could you sum up, please?
For adaptation and resilience, and we need a network framework of compassion and relocation. We need funding formulas that reflect reality, not outdated assumptions. We also need the voices of local people to be heard, not lost in distant policy rooms. Those that live...
Councillor, thank you. You're well
Sorry,
out of time.
I have
Thank
got
you.
more. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, please.
Point of order, please, Chair, under section 12.11.2 in brackets, that the question now be put. We've now been debating this for over 30 minutes. I think it's been given a good airing, and I think that Councillor Bensley speaking with such authenticity is a very good note to end the debate on. So, yeah, my point of order is that the question now be put under the Constitution procedural note.
Well, and you have a seconder. I would make the point that the bulk of the debate has been actually about the First Amendment as proposed, but I'm willing to accept the mood of the chamber if people wish to the question now be put. No. The show of hands, anyone, all those that feel the question should now be put, please show hands. I think that's lost. We'll continue with the debate. Thank you.
Chair, could you repeat what you just said? Because I didn't catch it.
Sorry, we voted on whether the question should now be put.
We didn't understand what you said.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Do you mean whether to go to vote?
Sorry. Please direct questions to the chair. The question. There was a proposal the question now be put. I ask those who wish the question now to be put and curtail the debate to show their hands. 2 people showed their hands.
Sorry, Chair, I think the confusion maybe for some people is because I use the wording of the Constitution, but what that actually means is that we move to the vote. I think different constitutions say different things, so just to be clear, I think that's what some people didn't understand.
Okay, that's fair enough, right. I think we should continue with the debate as that's it. So the next person speaks, Councillor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I obviously support this motion here today, having dealt with Hemsby ever since I've been a councillor and seen the devastation that's happened there along the coastline. It is truly horrific. People have lost their homes, people have lost their savings, and the issues that we have to deal with them and their health and everything is honestly, truly unimaginable for people who haven't had to deal with it. I've had people sitting in my office crying that they've actually lost everything, sometimes hundreds of thousands of pounds that they put into these properties. We have tried to get funding for Hemsby. As you well know, the current estimate is around about £25 million, I believe, to put a rock bud in there to save the Marams on Hemsby and further on the coast. What we always have to remember, though, as well, is whatever we put, anything on the beach there affects other places along the coast, i.e. there, you know, so if we put something at Hemsby, it will affect Scrapby, it will affect Newport, it will affect further down Caister and all the way along. But this actually happens all the way along. Norfolk has the fastest eroding coastline in Europe, and we do have to do something. I'm glad to hear from Councillor Walker that the government are looking and going to look at the changing of the formula, because it is the formula that has stopped us from doing this. At the moment, the Environment Agency will give us about 1.6 million towards that 25 million, and as a local council, we are nowhere near that funding to put anywhere towards that. I thank Norfolk County Council for the support they've given us all the time, and every time there's been the erosion at the cliffs and people have lost their homes. The 20th house over this last storm, which happened on the 2nd of January, was demolished on Friday. There are 6 more there now to be done as well. And honestly, it's a truly, truly sad state of affairs up there. But now places that were actually were on a line of 40 metres back in 2025, we've lost 20 metres of that in the last 10 months. So really, we all need to think about this, support residents, but please support this motion that we can write to the Secretary of State and also get the Secretary of State to visit Hemsby and see the devastation for themselves. Because when Steve Reid was the shadow minister back in the election, he said he would do everything to help Hemsby that he could. He has not visited once since, and neither has the current Environment Secretary since this last storm that has happened. So please support this motion, everyone in this chamber today, not just for the residents of Hemsby, but for all the residents in Norfolk that are affected by coastal erosion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, 8 councillors have indicated the wish to speak, who are Councillors Clancy, Price, Sands, Borrett, Thomas, Shires, Dark and Adams. I intend to curtail the debate after Councillor Adams. No. I'm going to curtail the debate after Councillor Adams and return to the seconder of the motion. So Councillor Clancy, please. And brevity is always appreciated. Councillor Clancy.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to associate myself with Councillor Plant, Councillor Bensley and Councillor Smith. This has been an ongoing problem for lots of years. The big issue really is we've become a nation of administrators and talkers. We hear that the Environmental Agency's plans are out of date. We hear that in reality nothing has happened. We've got Quangos, 400 of them, spending over £400 billion per annum, faceless, unaccountable organisations who really achieve very little. We hear the actual figure to defend Hemsby is in the region of £25 million. In the grand scheme of the Exchequer and of the spending of the Environment Agency, that really is not a vast amount of money. But the implications of not defending Hemsby, not defending the Norfolk coast, are huge. Because in reality, the floodwater will come through Hemsby and it will come up the river and potentially flood Norwich. So, you know, this needs a proper plan, a proper strategy, and something which actually works. We've been sitting around talking about stuff for years and years and years. When I refer to in Norfolk alone, 30 plus agencies who are responsible for mitigation, management and flood defence. 30 talk shops basically talking about it. To defend it, we need a coastline plan. I was also pleased to hear from Councillor Walker that a new proper plan and the funding arrangements should come forward in April this year, because that's what's needed. Not just a plan, not just talking about it, not just more computer modelling, not just, oh yeah, we've got another funding stream and we can dip in here, dip in there. We need something coherent, which is going to work specifically for Hemsby to save the communities, save the residents, save the businesses, save the economy, save the way of life for everybody who's in that area. And we need action. It's all right writing to the Minister, it's all right getting the Minister to come along. As Councillor Smith has said, Steve Reid visited before the election. He saw it for himself and he saw the problems and he said, yes, we need to do something about it. Guess what? Another 2 years on, very little has been done. If you look at the flood defences around Norfolk, you go around the Norfolk coast, the majority of actual work, flood defences, were done during the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s and early 90s. There's been very little material, actual defence happen around the Norfolk coastline, realistically, in the last 20 years. There's been some. It'd be wrong to say there's been none. But the actual major defences has been done. So let's have an action plan that actually delivers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Price, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by saying clearly, no one in this chamber doubts the fear, the anger or the heartbreak felt by residents of Hemsby. That human reality matters and it must never be lost when we debate in the chamber. I'm disappointed the Green Amendment was not accepted. We brought it in good faith, not to weaken this motion but to strengthen it, to name the climate emergency explicitly and to recognise that what is happening in Hemsby is not an isolated accident but part of a much larger accelerating crisis. And that is where this motion, as written, falls short. The motion rightly acknowledges climate change, but it stops short of fully owning the implications. Climate change is not a background factor, it is the driving force. Rising sea levels, more intense storms, and faster erosions are the predictable outcomes of decades of delay and denial. Treating Hemsby as an exceptional emergency rather than a warning for what lies ahead for much of our coastline does residents no favours. National government must act urgently, but we cannot ignore the fact that for 14 of the last 15 years, this country was governed by Conservative administrations who repeatedly failed to act at the scale required. During that time, flood and coastal erosion funding was cut in real terms in the early 2010s. Long-promised national adaptation strategies were delayed, diluted, or quietly shelved. Communities like Hemsby were told to rely on outdated shoreline plans based on data that is generally accepted as inadequate. The result is what we see today. Residents left without clear protection, without fair compensation, and without the certainty about their future. This motion is right to call for updated funding formulas and a national compensation framework, but it rings hollow if we do not acknowledge that many of the structural failures it identifies were created when the Conservatives were in power. Writing another letter to the Secretary of State is not enough. Hemsby does not need sympathy alone. It needs honesty. Honesty that the climate emergency demands a fundamentally different approach from business as usual. We will support actions that generally help residents now, but we will continue to say what this motion will not, that without bold national action on climate and without learning from past failures, Hemsby will not be the last community to stand where it stands today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sands, please.
Sorry, if this was an auction, I think I would have bought something unexpectedly because if I indicated, I didn't intend to.
So, if it was Councillor Smith-Clare, we'll take Councillor Smith-Clare. We'll swap the object to the option now.
I feel a bit bad about being the cheap mic rather than the premier version, but thank you, Chair. I'd also like to thank Councillor Clancy for agreeing what many of us feel, that there have been wasted years and years and years of talk, resulting in little action. And as James has so rightly pointed out, all of us, and mine particularly, our hearts break for Hemsby and those other communities that are affected by the fear and the threat of constant erosion. But to hear that the previous government had apparently everything in place to address this appalling problem is quite unbelievable. For 14, or 10 according to Graham's calendar, years, they hadn't resolved it. Whatever their approaches were, they didn't work, and that's why Hemsby and our other communities are struggling with those issues. And now they're laying blame. It's quite embarrassing, and it doesn't help our communities. The impact the sea and its constant erosion has on our coastal communities is devastating, and those experiencing it are understandably concerned, not just on the impact on their livelihoods and homes, but their very lives. And for those that have been involved in that type of disaster, it's frightening, and understandably people are angry. This current government isn't just aware of Hemsby's plight, as we've heard, but is finally doing something about it, and I too look forward to what we're seeing ahead. Now, unlike the previous Canute approach, I, like the rest of us, want to see something happen, and I know us and those that we've elected will continue to press for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Although 2 hours have elapsed, I intend to continue this motion, and then we'll have the break after that. Councillor Borrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The source of this issue is in great part to a decision made by Tony Blair in the 1990s, and that was to put the Environment Agency, or grant it the status of a quango. It was no longer an executive arm of government. It was an independent quango that reports to no one, and their set of criteria and what they deem important bear no relation to what the public think are important. This, the issue of coastal erosion is actually one I've been interested in a very long time. And in fact, my A-level dissertation was on coastal erosion. So it's something that I sit on the Norfolk Rivers Internal Drainage Board, and the drainage of a large part of central Norfolk is a gravity-based system, and the Drainage Board's responsibility is to keep the culverts and ditches clear so that people's land and homes don't flood and the water goes into the river. The Environment Agency is responsible for the maintenance of the main rivers, except it doesn't do that because it believes that it's better for the environment or wildlife that the rivers are unmaintained. Now, if the ditches and culverts cannot discharge into the river because the river is higher than it's ever been because it's not being maintained, then thousands of people's homes, hundreds of miles, or certainly 70, 80 miles from the coast, risk flooding as a direct result of the decisions made by the Environment Agency. And managed retreat is no different. There is no environmental damage, as far as they're concerned, in the marams being eroded into the sea, so they're not going to spend any money on it. However, it is really important to the fabric of those communities. The strategic approach of the Environment Agency is fundamentally flawed, and it should be put under more direct oversight, whether that be through local government or whether that be through a mayor that we may one day get, or maybe it through the direct powers of the Secretary of State. But I don't think we'll necessarily need more money. What we'll need to do is reprioritise the money that the Environment Agency is already given to be spent on the things that people think are important. And that would be a way of moving forward without the Exchequer having to find more money. So I absolutely support this motion. There is a very real crisis across the whole of Norfolk coming unless somebody grasps the Environment Agency by the neck and shakes some sense into them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I just feel I wanted to acknowledge the huge heartache that is happening in Hemsby and has happened in Hemsby for a very long time. I spend a lot of my summer, well, from March through to October, up on that coast, and every single time I go up there, I see the coastline looking different to when I was there before, even if it was only a week before, or a few days before, or even the day before. That's how stark the coastal erosion impacting that part of the coastline from Hemsby north into Winterton is. It's happening every single day, and I think anything that this council chamber can do to raise the awareness and get some action for those residents who are suffering day after day. I know only too well what it was like to have my home flooded out. I'm fortunate that after it was repaired, I had a home to go back to. Some of those people have had to move out of their homes, never to return. And I just wanted to empathise with them and to share my support, as I've always done so with Councillor Bensley. We're in regular communication, but my heart goes out to all the residents in Hemsby who are impacted.
Thank you, Councillor. Earlier on, I indicated that I read out the councillors who'd already raised their hand to speak, and I indicated that after Councillor Adams, we would cease the debate. And I know there have been some other councillors put hands up, but otherwise we're going to run out of time on this motion alone. So I'd call Councillor Shires, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bensley, I really do sympathise with you and your community. I'm the councillor that represents Haysborough and Walcott. And we have had a very turbulent journey which hasn't resulted in what the community wants, and that's for the coastline to be fully protected. But where we are today is far better than we were a number of years ago. So it's with thanks to the North Norfolk District Council team and the success of the Coastwise programme, where we're leading nationally, helping to tell the government what communities need. And if anything tells me that the government don't understand rural communities, especially coastal communities, it's the coastal erosion issue that we face. In Haysborough, we're looking at losing our church. And that alone comes with a huge change to the landscape and the grief that the families of their buried loved ones will have to face. And that is no conversation that anybody wants to be having. It's a conversation none of us wish to have had. But the communities there are very, very strong, and they are being forceful when Coastwise are speaking to them about what they need, about what they hope for, and about the direction that they wish for this to travel in. That doesn't put to one side the mental health implications, the anxiety, the stress of not knowing what's happening and what might happen, what inevitably they're looking out to sea as the sea comes closer is happening. So there's a lot of work to be done there. But with all the awful powerlessness that residents are facing, I just want to mention the parish of Walcott, where the chair lady there and the council there have led for their small part of the world in increasing their precept to be able to hopefully protect their little bit of coastline and the measures that are in place to protect their coastline there. So where there is powerlessness, communities can come together and rebuild and find a way forward. So Councillor Benz, if you ever want to come and visit Haysborough and speak to my residents, please do. It's very, very lonely when you can't do anything to help your community. So please come and visit us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dark, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll start with a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, Councillor Platt, for accepting the amendment I put in from the floor. I do appreciate that. And also to Councillor Bensley for his hard work and advocacy on this. I just want to go very quickly as to why I put the amendment in, just a quick bit of rationale as to why I asked for the invite to be included. And I'm going to be trying to be apolitical on this. We've all seen over the years ministers and shadow ministers of all parties appearing statesmanlike at factory, school visits, etc., when it suits them to launch or push a policy, or donning wellies looking suitably concerned after a large-scale flooding when it suits them. But this has been going on in Norfolk at Hemsby for quite a while now, and we haven't, to my and Councillor Smith's far more detailed knowledge, seen anyone who can bring focus to bear on the ground from central government. Managed retreat, as Councillor Long has mentioned, is also an ongoing EA strategy buzzword causing concern to residents in other low-lying areas, although there's an inevitability around this. As a picture paints 1,000 words, I think the letter inviting the Secretary of State to come and see for themselves on a supported visit pushes this as more of an issue than a potential exchange of formal letters, which may not get us much further. It best supports our affected communities and gives the Minister a better understanding of the real-life awful impact to inform their policy and funding setting decisions going forwards for Norfolk. Let's see if we get a yes, we're interested and we're coming, or a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members for bringing the motion, and thank you particularly to the local member for sharing the information that he did with us. So whilst this motion obviously calls for national funding, which I don't dispute the need for at all, we will hear a major funding announcement tomorrow, so I look forward to that. So I ask really whether the County Council will adopt the best practice models that were developed by NNDC, in fact, for community-led coastal transition, and will this administration pressure the government to scale up the Coastal Transition Accelerator Programme funding even further than it has done. The Council could also commit to a joint task force alongside district councils to bring about a much more developed model of coastal transition grants as pioneered already by North Norfolk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now ask Councillor Carpenter to second the motion, please.
Yes, I clearly second the motion. I have a few words to say, if I may, Chairman.
It's a great shame that I'm unable to show members photographs of the Hemsby shoreline, which shows relics of the Second World War, which have been in place since 1941. These are the anti-tank invasion defences, extremely large concrete blocks, anti-tanks defences known as Dragon's Teeth. I know they were placed in situ in 1941 because the military personnel, Privates Russ and Wells, very helpfully placed their names and the date of installation, which was the 18th of September 1941. Their main purpose was to hinder progress of tanks and other vehicles, and these blocks were placed around the British Isles coastline. And as I have described, these concrete blocks were designed for one vital job during conflict, not to stop Mother Nature strip away the coastline. Even in 2013, the EDP reported on the 19th of October that the Second World War defences put into action at Hemsby Beach as a fight against coastal erosion. Clearly that's not worked at all. That's not what they were meant to do. The reason these are exposed is clearly because of the coastal erosion. Over the past 50 years, Hemsby has lost over 300 metres of coastline and is regarded as a key high-risk area. Norfolk coastlines are experiencing some of the highest rates of erosion in the UK and Europe, with an average loss of 0.4 to 2 metres in a year. The erosion is not constant but episodic, with major rapid losses occurring through storm surges rather than steady daily decline. In the first instance, this perilous situation does and will continue to impact residents losing their homes, businesses who are located within a stone's throw from the beach, the continuing loss of the beach, and those businesses whose livelihood depend on the huge visitor economy. With figures released from Great Yarmouth in 2019, the northern area of Great Yarmouth, to include Hemsby, Scrapby, California, Newport, Ormsby, St Margaret, Somerton and Winterton, greets around 236,000 visitors, including 5,000 visitors from outside the UK, and they're spending around £59 million. That was in 2019. I held the environment portfolio at Great Yarmouth Borough Council, and I met with residents and some businesses during my tenure. And the future is uncertain for all residents and businesses, and if we want to encourage tourism, then for all concerned, government need to sit up and take notice. We are not the only area experiencing rapid decline of the coastline. The residents need certainty now, as this current situation is untenable. Homes being lost, homeowners having to leave their homes, and the distress clearly for anyone to see. And those properties in the next road up, what prospects do they have of even trying to sell their properties? They've sunk all their life savings into their forever home. And they can't even sell it, and having to leave it empty-handed. I cannot even imagine how they are coping with this ever-evolving situation.
Councillor, could you wind up, please? You're out of time.
So I will stop now then. So I will ask members to please support this motion today. We must make government wake up to this very real situation, and it should be treated with the compassion and the urgency the residents of Hemsby deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plant, do you wish to exercise your right to reply to the debate?
Yes, please, Chairman. Very interesting debate. What was mentioned by Councillor Borrett and Councillor Clancy, the untouchable quangos, that we're being quangoed literally to death on the coast here. And it isn't just that quango. We've got the national highways, we've got Natural England. They are quangoing us to death. And they are set up without being able to answer to any public body whatsoever. You can talk to them, but they don't have to do anything at all because they're not elected like us. They don't have to do anything at all. And as was mentioned, there's 400 of them. So 300 or 400 years ago, the Netherlands engineered drainage across Norfolk with dikes, with water, wind pumps, and a harbour at Great Yarmouth. So Norfolk is man-made and creates the environment that we all sit in through being able to continue pumping water around this county to keep the levels as they are. And we had a classic example in Wymondham only a few weeks ago where a builder was found to have built a road over a drainage dike and flooded at least 30 houses. So again, it's one of those things where Somebody has to be responsible for it. Is it the Environment Agency? Is it the people who look after the ditches? Is it the council? Is it this? Who is it? And until we find a body that actually takes responsibility for looking after our coastline and our waterways, we are stuffed as a county because we are below water level. We're below sea level. We've got to do something about this. And just to say that Great Yarmouth Borough Council over the years replaced the lifeboat ramp at a cost of 16k not so long ago, 2 years ago maybe, and also placed concrete on the beach and gabions in Scrapby, which have been destroyed by the sea. But this was what we could afford locally as a local council, waiting for national government and the Environment Agency to come along with a more robust plan to protect. They haven't done it, they're not going to do it. Not unless something happens and we tell them that it's just not acceptable. And I take on board what Lucy Showers just now said, because Trimmingham and Munsley, the road between, the Cromer Road, is now under threat. And unless something's done about that to protect it, there's an awful lot of houses and homes that are going to be lost if that goes. And I have to declare an interest. My son lives in Munsley, so I have an interest. But the fact of the matter is, the coastline is under threat. We have a Quango that doesn't care. We have a government, and I don't care which government it is, because you can go back to Blair, you can go back to our governments, you can stick to the government you've got. Government is not doing what it's meant to do, which is protect us. And I don't care who it is. Government have not taken on board the need and the urgency.
Councillor, could you sum up, please? You're out of time.
The need and the urgency that's needed across Norfolk now to protect its coastline. And putting a policy in of climate, whatever it is,
Councillor,
is
you're
not
out of time.
going to do it. We need action now. Please support this amendment, this policy.
Okay, councillors, thank you. Just to remind everyone, the amendment was accepted was to put in a final bullet point on the resolution, and that bullet point was to ask the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to come to Hensby and see for themselves. Okay, so that's a substantive motion that we're voting on. Could we go to the vote, please? Thank you. Has everyone who wishes to vote had the chance to been able to do so? We've seen one short. However, I think it's pretty overwhelming. Right, okay, the person has stepped out, so we're exactly right. So for the motion, 55, abstentions 0, against 0, so the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. So it's 12:20, so we'll break for half an hour and return at 12:50. Thank you for everyone's patience. Thank you. So thank you very much. I'm returning just to say that we have 45 minutes of this meeting left unless we go into extra time. Thank you. So it takes us to motion number 2, and I'd ask the proposer of the second motion, Councillor Sayers, to propose the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose this motion on road safety and older drivers, which asks a fundamental question. Can we make our roads safer without isolating our most vulnerable residents? But let me make absolutely clear that what this motion is really about. It's about public transport. The government's proposal for mandatory eye tests every 3 years for drivers over 70 has sparked this debate. Our current self-reporting system for visual fitness has been condemned by coroners as ineffective and unsafe. I support the eye test requirement. It's proportionate, it's evidence-based. You only lose your licence if you fail the test. If your vision is genuinely unsafe, and that's reasonable. That's a proper response to a specific safety risk. But here's the fundamental question or issue this motion addresses. What happens the day after someone loses their licence? In London, losing your licence is an inconvenience. In rural Norfolk, it can be catastrophic. And that's not hyperbole. When over a quarter of Norfolk's population is aged 65 or older, when public transport is sparse or non-existent in much of this county, when the nearest shop or GP surgery might be miles away, losing your licence doesn't just mean losing independence, it means isolation. It means difficulty accessing healthcare. It means the end of social contact for many people. Here's what the statistics don't capture. Why are older people with declining vision still driving in the first place? Because they have no alternative. Our inadequate public transport network forces vulnerable people into an impossible choice. Drive when you probably shouldn't or become isolated. The Drive Safe campaign found that 81% of older drivers don't know how to access support to drive safely for longer. Many are already struggling, already worried about their vision, already concerned about their safety. But what choice do they have? Stop driving and never see their grandchildren, never go to the doctors, never go to the shops, or heaven forbid, never go to a council meeting. This motion isn't about asking government to reconsider the eye tests. It's demanding something far more important. You cannot remove people's ability to live independently without providing an alternative. Chair, I think about what we're doing, actually saying here. If vision safety requires taking licences away, then social safety requires giving transport options back. This is about fairness. An older person in Norwich who fails their eye test can catch a bus. An older person in rural West Norfolk who fails the same test could be completely stranded, not because of their eyesight, but because of where they live. That's age discrimination compounded by geographic discrimination, and that's unacceptable. That's why this motion calls for a statutory requirement, not a suggestion, not guidance, but a legal requirement that any road safety measures reducing licence retention must be paired with investment in rural transport alternatives. That's why we're demanding rural impact assessments before implementation, with proper mitigation plans for isolation risks. That's why we're asking for DEFRA's Rural Task Force to be formally engaged, because this isn't just a transport issue, it's a rural policy issue. And that's why we are calling for investment in community transport and rural mobility schemes to be part of the package from day one. I support eye tests, I support road safety, but I will not support a system that protects people on the roads while abandoning them off the road. The principle is simple. You cannot solve one problem by creating another. If government wants safer roads through licence restrictions, they must fund the transport infrastructure that makes those restrictions livable. But not as an afterthought, not as a nice to have, as a statutory requirement implemented simultaneously. Norfolk is not London, as we know. We are a predominantly rural county where driving isn't a lifestyle choice, it's a lifeline. For many of our older residents, their driving licence is all that stands between their independence and complete isolation. If we take that away, for good reason, for safety, we have a moral and legal obligation to ensure that they can still live a full life. Otherwise, we're simply choosing which older people matter those who happen to live near a bus route and those who happen not to. The eye test protects older drivers from risks. The public transport investment protects them from isolation. You cannot have one without the other. This motion demands both. This motion demands fairness. This motion demands that rural Norfolk is not left behind while government pursues road safety policies without thinking through the consequences. We can have safer roads and connected communities, but only if we plan for both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for the motion? Right. Councillor Cole, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now, please, Chair.
Right. Before we do that, I'm notified of an amendment. I propose that before you second the substantive motion that the amendment's proposed. If that's and I believe Councillor Wymark, you've proposed that. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Long, thank you. Councillor Wymark first, thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. The reason I've amended this motion is very simple. That it didn't go, well, it was very thin on detail, to be frank. It was very thin on detail. It was very much about top-down management from central government, about them imposing upon us what we should do in our rural areas. And that's really not the way we should work. I don't believe so at all. I believe we should look for local solutions for difficulties here. We know that 1 in 4 of our population are over 65. And particularly in North Norfolk, it's even, we're the oldest demographic in the country, I believe. And we're heading towards 1 in 3 in the future. But as I say, we really need to look at how and what we can do. And I would urge all councillors to actually respond to the road safety strategy, the consultation that's out now, which is looking at eye tests for everyone over 70. I think that's a really good idea, actually. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Having eye tests. But anyway, that aside. Also within the paper, it talks about 1 in 4 drivers are killed in 2024 aged 70 or older, which is really tragic. But also 1 in 4 of 17 to 29-year-olds were killed. So that's 50%. The other 50% is between 29 and 70 years old. So this isn't just an old person's problem, shall we say. This is a general problem that we need to look at. I think, as I say, when we say 1 in 4 drivers killed were over 70, we need to look at that in context as well, which wasn't in the original motion. We need to think about the fact that older drivers do adapt their driving behaviour, and the data does not suggest they cause more collisions. It's not bad driving. Often, when they have a medical episode, and that can be the reason that they get seriously injured or die. So it's not just about older people as such. We need to look at this in the round, realistically. Yes, Norfolk is predominantly rural county, and that's a massive, massive issue. However, as I say, public transport, yes, we need to look at that, and we always are. And obviously there were questions this morning about public transport, and I think it's really important. But we need to work, as we do, to keep older drivers on the road and remain safe and confident to stay on the road. And we've done a lot of initiatives here at the council. We championed Drive Safe campaign, along with Stay Focused, and now we've got the guidance for older drivers, which many of you will know that being over 60 now, I participated in, and we had really good coverage of that. It's really, really important that it helps refresh people's driving skills, build confidence, and as I say, keeps people on the road longer and safely. So I would certainly recommend that to anyone. So if you want to go on the website, just search gold and it will come up. It's the first thing you'll see. So as I say,
Councillor, you're out of time. Could you sum up, please?
I will sum up. Thank you. So essentially what I'm saying is, yes, this is an issue. Yes, it's something we need to look at. But as I say, I would urge, obviously, the leader to actually write to the Secretary of State. But
definitely out of time, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, this is about local decision making. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Long, do you wish to speak to the amendment? No, reserve right to apply. I've had one indication so far from Councillor Plant. And does anyone else wish to speak?
I just wondering, Mr. Chair, could we see the amendment on the screen?
Yeah, could we have the amendment put up, please? Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Plant.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think it's a relevant motion at this particular moment in time as the government are bringing in new rules. What we have is an issue around capacity on the bus services and where the money's going to come from to do that. So I know we have extra monies coming in from BSIP. I know we've got other monies coming in as well. But the main issue for us is if you have 500 OAPs who are now not going to be able to drive and they're spread across North Norfolk, West Norfolk, East Norfolk, where do you put the bus services in for those people? Because it's a scattergun approach, and if we had a way of getting people to a hub where a lot of people could get onto a bus, that's quite something different. But it is an issue that we have right now. How do we service an area that's so spread out and has so many different towns, villages, hamlets? You put one of those old people off the road because of sight issues and needs to get onto a bus. How does a bus company sustainably put on a bus service? And I think that conversation needs to be had. I think we could have that conversation. I don't think it's something that's difficult, but I think we need to understand fully what the issue is, where the majority of these people are going to be, because it's not a taxi service, it's a bus service. So it needs a lot of people to service that bus service. And I think we have that issue right across Norfolk right now, and we're working on it. And whilst we're working on it, we could be working on it with this as well. So I think it's one of those things we just need to bring. I think it should go to an IMD committee, to a committee to be looked at and to be understood, and for members to be able to put their views forward. So I would suggest it goes to one of the committees to be looked at and brought back to council for a decision or a proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers, I must beg your apology because I didn't actually ask you if you would accept the amendment.
That was why I was raising my hand. Yes, reluctantly, I will accept the amendment for expediency so that we can get on to debating other motions.
Okay, thanks for that. So that curtails any further discussion on the amendment. It's been accepted, so it becomes part of the amendment as tabled now, it becomes the substantive motion. So any further debate will be on the substantive motion as amended. So I have Councillor Morphew, Councillor Rowett, Councillor Long, thank you, and Councillor Cole. So, Councillor Morphew, please. Right.
Thank you, Chair. And I was both pleased to see a motion on this topic coming, and I'm also grateful to Councillor Wymart for tidying it up, actually, because I think it makes a lot more sense. And I'm in the unusual position of agreeing with Councillor Plant that I think this actually ought to go to a select committee, because there's a lot of meat on this that really needs discussing to see how we make this work in a Norfolk context. And to be fair, a Norwich context, because it does apply in city circumstances as well. We do, I think, very much welcome the fact that the government is getting to grips with this difficult problem. And I mean, it's great, and it's all because of good news, because people are staying healthier, they want to be active longer, they want to get out and about, they're able to do these sorts of things into older age. But there's no way that we can avoid the reality that there is a decline in physical and mental faculties that comes with age, and sometimes it's not noticeable. And let me just give you a personal example, which I think underpins my approach to this. A few years ago now, I had my cataracts done. And I realised that my eyesight was getting a bit worse, and it was a bit difficult at night with the lights glaring. But it was only after I had the first one done that I realised how bad my eyesight had got. It was only when it was okay again that I could tell the difference. And I was actually very scared of the fact that I had been driving during that period, and I really, really shouldn't have been. So anybody who's getting to an age and they haven't had their eyes tested and they haven't had the cataracts checked, then for heaven's sake, go and do it, because there are a number of treatable conditions which will make you and everybody else on the road a blooming sight safer. Now, if we can build that into the system, which indeed helps people get about, continue to get about, and not have to use the cars all of the time, that's great. That's a good thing, whatever age you're at. Taking traffic off the roads, good for health, good for the environment, good for everything else. So there is a stimulus to try and get things moving around community transport, around better public transport at every level. But I don't think it's one or the other, and I don't think that because one is a bit more difficult than the other, that we should let the difficulties get in the way of asking people to improve their health and improve their own personal ability, or trying to get social policy working so that we get better public and community transport, which enables people to get around. How we do that, I think that's where it gets a bit more complicated, needs time, certainly needs a local approach to it with an overarching government support, government policy drive, and who knows, when we do get the mayor, we might actually finish up with an integrated transport structure as well, which would be absolutely wonderful. We shouldn't let it waste. We shouldn't waste this opportunity. We should get on with it. And I'm not going to move another procedural motion. I'll leave somebody else to do that. I will be voting for this amended motion, but if we can find a way of referring it on to the IND for a detailed look at it, then I think that would be a real benefit.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rowett, please.
Thank you. I'm disappointed that it's been amended, but I will speak to the amended motion. Statistics show that road users are especially vulnerable on narrow lanes with de-restricted speeds. In addition, the fatality rate is increasing among male drivers over 70. Many collisions caused by older drivers also kill the occupants of other vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and so on. Unsurprisingly, many older people feel unsafe driving and often drive only short distances on roads they know well. But they go on driving because they see no alternative. I can understand why they might be anxious about losing their licence. Providing better, more convenient and frequent public transport to rural settlements will be vital for these people. Our free bus pass system was supposed to encourage older citizens to get out and about safely without a car, but the pass is largely useless if you live where no bus ever arrives, and the dial-a-ride service, if there is one, doesn't come free. But while this motion is about older drivers, let's not forget all the other people who would be much safer on a public bus. Reducing congestion on the roads, eliminating the school-run chaos, cutting pollution and emissions from tyres and fossil fuel engines, cutting the wear and tear on roads from vehicles passing on roads unfit for the size of their vehicles or the volume of traffic. All these would save money, time, lives for Norfolk's residents. Mass transit provision urgently needs to come of age in rural places. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carpenter, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't think I was going to speak now, but I will speak now. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to this. I mean, I agree with eyesight testing. I'm of that tender age, and perhaps I should be thinking about having my eyesight tested more than I have done. But we're talking about transport for bus transport. And in my experience, and I can speak from experience because I used to be the specialist point of contact for Norfolk Constabulary on mobility scooter users in the country, and we set up a training programme with Norfolk County Council and Norfolk Constabulary. My view on this is also you do need to include those people who quite rightly use mobility scooters because they're absolutely first class. There is no legal requirement to have an eyesight test, driving licence, insurance. The three things you need to drive a vehicle. And I've also given evidence in Parliament select committees on mobility scooters, so I do come from that standpoint. I asked back in 2010 for mobility scooter drivers to have an eyesight test. So we're now in 2026 and it's still not there. So, I mean, I agree with this. I think we should be doing it, but we should also be including, because we're talking about buses, I'm talking about buses that perhaps don't go to various areas, rural areas in the county, but people do use other forms of transport and they use mobility scooters. So class 2 and class 3, class 2 is an up to 4 miles an hour and class 3 is an up to 8 miles an hour, but they can go a lot faster. And they can go on dual carriageways, class 3 with an amber flashing light. That's horrifying if you haven't had an eyesight test. It's horrifying anyway, but they can do that. So I think if we're talking about transport and providing transport, we still must include those individuals who would rather be independent, not rely on anybody, not rely on public transport, and they can go and buy themselves a mobility scooter. So I think there's a lot in this, but I also think you do need to also, if this does go to committee at some point, also really look at mobility scooter users, because what happens is that I'm an elderly person. My daughter says to me, Mum, you shouldn't be driving your car anymore. And I go nuts to that. If you're going to take my car away from you, I can just walk down, I can go into town and go and buy a mobility scooter, and I'm independent. Because the thing with all of this is independence. It's the independent of the individual. They must feel independent. Doesn't matter how old anybody is. So to use my mobility scooter is just the right ticket, because I haven't got to pay anything for it. I just charge
Councillor,
it
you
up.
have time to just sum up, please.
So I would like for us to also consider at some point a mobility scooter eyesight test as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shires, please.
I'm pretty sure that Councillor Colwell was before me.
Councillor Colwell is seconding the motion, and he'll have the right of reply at the end.
Okay.
He's reserved his thing.
Sorry.
Even though it's been amended.
Yeah, because
Okay.
because the amended motion is a substantive motion. Right.
Okay. I'm aware that the order gets changed, so I didn't want to step on anyone's toes.
It's
again.
all right. It's,
Okay.
we'll
Fine.
get it more or less right sometimes.
Thank you. So nothing says that government don't understand a rural county like Norfolk when they do such a change and don't think about the consequences of that. We've just spoken about it with coastal erosion, and we have it again here. And I don't think that we can be loud enough to government, all governments, not just the current government, about their understanding of us as a rural area. Councillor Plant, I must apologise, because when we had Health Overview Select Committee, we also raised public transport links to health centres as well. So that's one of your actions. I'm sorry, and I believe that there'll probably be some further actions for you here. So apologies to add to your workload. One of the biggest concerns from our area, I'm saying ours is in North Norfolk, not that everybody lives in North Norfolk here, is the transport links, and isolation is a home which is removed from the public transport links. And we locally have had to support residents who we know aren't safe on the road but have no other option. They don't have family, but they feel their need to be out in the community, which is completely acceptable and warranted, and we want a community that's shared by all. But even a mobility scooter wouldn't cut it. So I think that when we look at huge changes such as this, whilst we're trying to preserve life and keep people safe, there are wider implications, not just for public transport, but potentially for social care and the mental health of those people who are going to be isolated as a result. I don't know what we have in place locally for people who aren't able to drive anymore in terms of support. I don't know if we do any outreach for that, because that is the largest risk, I think, not only to our communities, but to the council budget and the healthcare budget when we have people who are isolated and unsupported.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason-Billig, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we are always worried that the government might not be interested in rural areas such as ours, and the fairer funding formula hasn't really done us any favours, has it? So we do worry about whether they'll take any notice of this and about the particular difficulties about a rural area such as ours, which is why it's very important that we do what we can for ourselves. We can't necessarily rely on them stepping in and doing it for us. And we know we've increased bus usage across the county. There's a lot of people who are now getting on the bus who didn't get on it before, but there's always more that we can do. And we cannot afford to isolate older people in our rural areas. And let's be honest, we are pretty wedded to our cars in Norfolk because that's how we've traditionally got about over many years when there wasn't such a good bus service. So taking a car away from somebody is a really, really big step. Or expecting them to move somewhere where there is a better bus service or they can walk to the shops. Again, my mother lives in a very rural village. She has one of these sort of buggies that you push along in front of her to give her the confidence to be able to go out and get on the bus because she didn't have that until she had that assistance. Autonomous cars are a long way off yet, but that might help solve the problem. I don't know if cars drove themselves and you weren't relying on people to have the same cognizance that they have when they're in their younger years. My mother-in-law, what she did was she sold her car and used the money that she got from the sale of her car and saving on insurance to take taxis everywhere. But she lived in Norwich. So that was a good solution for her. But I wondered whether there was something we could look at, perhaps like boosting local taxi services in more rural areas. You get more jobs that way, and there would be another alternative for people who find themselves more isolated and who can't drive. So, but all of these things is something I think we should look at in a select committee. And any member can ask that a subject such as this can go to a select committee where it can be properly debated. And maybe we can come up with some really innovative solutions that are good for our particular county.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, of course, Norfolk has one of the oldest average age populations in the country. And you can argue, whilst safety is, of course, paramount, for many residents in isolated villages like Ingworth, Sidestrand, Binham, places such as that, a driving licence is an absolute necessity rather than a convenience. So losing a licence due to health reasons without a very much robust alternative transport plan in place doesn't just end that person's driving, it ends their independence and potentially access to essential services. So we must ensure that any new safety strategy is accompanied by rural proofing and a rural proofing assessment that provides enhanced community transport for those who may be affected by these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jimison, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I would want to obviously make the point that the removal last year of the Rural Services Grant meant that Norfolk lost some 5.7 million to rurality, and this was compounded this year in relation to remoteness, the decision to remove remoteness from the area cost adjustment in almost every area except adult social care has had a very negative effect on rural authorities. Small changes in percentage have a material effect, and there will be a significant defect. And we certainly ask the government increase the role of remoteness factor in the assessment of the costs of delivery, and to reinstate a remoteness weighting into the all needs formula, including for buses. And recognising additional costs of that, it should be recognised that metropolitan areas receive some 40% more than rural areas for bus transport, and rural areas pay some 20% more in council tax, generally speaking, than metropolitan areas. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to raise the issue about the unfair fair funding settlement that we've had, and I think if there's anything that we can do collectively in this chamber, and I'm looking across at our Labour colleagues, to remind those in Westminster of the impact of decisions that are taken in London without a thought as to how that impacts in rural communities, because this is a perfect example. What I'd also like to see is, if we're asking that people have eye tests taken every 3 years, that if a treatable eye condition, such as the one that Steve raised, that actually had his cataracts sorted and he realised his eyesight had previously been impacted, that there is a mechanism for those people to actually go and have an ophthalmic appointment to see whether or not the issue that might make their eyesight impaired at the moment can be swiftly treated, and therefore they can return to independence because they can return to driving safely, rather than perhaps languishing on a waiting list for 18 months waiting for an ophthalmic referral that then says, well, we could have done something that would have enabled you to have carried on driving, but you've now relinquished your insurance, you've sold your car, and we're no longer in a position that we can revert you back to the level of independence that you enjoyed. And just picking up on Penny's point earlier, my mum had Parkinson's and got to the point where she didn't really know how to drive her car. It was automatic. She got in it and she couldn't remember how to work it. And she got out and then she got back in again and then she could drive. Got herself home. At that point, we said, you really ought to relinquish your driving licence. But, of course, the sop to that was, we'll get you a mobility scooter. And actually, when you think of that, fortunately, there were too many difficult curbs between my parents' home and town for her to actually be able to negotiate it. So she never really used it. It sat in the garage on charge. But it is just a thought that we do by default say, we're going to take something away and we'll give you something else instead, without thinking through the consequences. So I think it would be really interesting for this to be discussed at the Select Committee, because I think it's been an interesting debate that's brought out other issues that I would like us to see. So I would like us to see, maybe through Brenda's HOS committee, saying, well, OK, if there's going to be 3 yearly eye tests, what backup is there going to be for those people to have fast-tracked ophthalmic appointments, if that means that they will totally lose their independence if their licence is revoked? Because getting your licence back is far more difficult than keeping on to it and having your eyesight condition treated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watkins, please.
Chair, can I suggest that under the Constitution, Part 8B, that we move to the vote? This has been debated now.
Sorry, okay. Do you have a seconder for that?
You know, there is another important motion
sorry,
on
Councillor.
North coming.
Thank you, Councillor. That's not a debate. Thank you. We have two people left to speak, and I intend to allow them to speak and then return to the seconder and thing. Thank you.
That's 9 minutes.
Councillor Watkins.
I think you have to take a vote on that because we seconded, right?
Councillor Watkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, yes, just very briefly, I think, you know, the Lib Dem group are happy to go along with most of the comments and suggestions that have been made by other councillors in this debate. So we're happy to acknowledge the council's promotion of the Drive Safe campaign that Councillor Wymark outlined in his remark, and the vital work being carried out by our public health team to enable older drivers to reflect and plan ahead. Appreciate Councillor Plant's remarks about the implications on public transport and bus usage around the county. Some good points made too by Councillor Carpenter over there with regard to mobility scooters, points well made, and the leader's own comments about the promotion of possible alternative community transport options that we could look at, and I think it's very important we should do that. So I would like, Mr. Chairman, if I may, perhaps just to propose that, as has been suggested already, that this perhaps is an issue that could be referred to an appropriate select committee for further consideration. So I'd like to make that proposal, if I may.
Right, I think that will be picked up by the relevance of the committee. I think that point's been well made. Thank you. So I have Councillor Bambridge and Councillor Long, and then we'll go to Councillor Caldwell to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak because I was a bit annoyed about older people being pilloried yet again. Because I've actually looked at some of the figures that are on the gov.uk website, and they're not. It was the 2024 figures. There are no further ones, and there are in the 17 to 24 age, 73 drivers were killed. In the older age, there were 115. So I know that's more, but in fact, there are still, out of the 479 people that were killed that year, there's still some figures missing, and I would like to see those. Because the younger drivers, it was recorded that they were very aggressive as drivers. And there are other, in the figures that are quoted, there are other things that cause accidents, not just poor eyesight. There are many accidents from other groups that are alcohol or drug fueled. And the so-called recreational drugs, which people are using and driving, are of course legal, but also killers. I can top Councillor Morphew. I had my cataracts done several years ago, quite young apparently, according to my sister, who thinks she's a doctor. But I now have a macular hole, and that was found because I kept going to the optician saying, I can't see as well as I used to. And I counted up the number of people in this room earlier, and there were about 35 people wearing glasses, some permanent for permanent use or some for reading. So we all need to be consider that we might need to have our eyes tested for driving. I would be happy to for it to go to a select group, because then the figures that are on the GovDov website could be looked at in further detail, because it isn't just old people. But it was announced on Radio 4 today that the Northern Ireland are now going to insist that young new drivers are going to have to have a curfew put on them because of their poor driving. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Long, please.
Point of order, please, Chair, on 12.10 bracket 7, that the meeting continues beyond 3 hours to enable debate to take place on the remaining 2 important motions. And I do have a seconder, thank you.
Right, who is the seconder, please? Thank you. Okay, shall we'll put that to the vote? I propose that with a show of hands. Those in favour of continuing the meeting beyond 3 hours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it 11 for? Those against? 2. We can count one. That's lost. So that motion is lost. Thank you. So thank you. So we'll return to Councillor Long, please.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the hardest things that I've ever had to do as a son was to take the driving licence off my father and explain to him with onset dementia why it wasn't safe for him to drive anymore. Here we, of course, have a government who's looking to make road safety better, and I don't think anyone would decry that. But just singling out those with eyesight is probably not the way to go. And we've already heard, the default position of moving perhaps to a mobility scooter. Well, you need a good range on your mobility scooter if you get from some of my villages to some of the services that you would need to attend. And there isn't the option of buses. And I recently knew of a lady who's pretty independent on a bicycle. At least she was till she fell off of it, and she now reckons she won't cycle again. Again, rural isolation, not understood by our current government, and the impacts that it will have. They've taken away rural services delivery grant from us. And, that type of funding specific to the rural areas is the sort of thing that we could target towards those of our ageing population. And I turned 60 this year, so I don't know that I qualify for a free eye test, a bus pass, or what I get. But we need to be able to target those people, because I know that how upset my father was to not be in a position to be able to have his independence anymore. And actually, if there'd have been a small package of help just a small maybe leaflet that could direct that these are some of your options. Dial a bus, where a local service delivered in West Norfolk, where they will literally come to you to door and pick up almost like a taxi service, but it goes to multiple people and makes routes. So there are ways that we can address this. And rather than saying, and I absolutely get if it goes to a select committee that those sort of ideas can be explored. But that being said, I seconded the amendment. I really think we need to do something in Norfolk, and I think there are local solutions that needn't cost a great deal of money, utilising the schemes, because if you've always been dependent on the car, if someone took it away tomorrow, how would you manage? And I look around the room to all the people, you know, what percentage of the people in the room drove here today? How would they have got here if they didn't do that? I know Councillor Kemp, she's not here today. She often gets the bus and it takes her about 2.5, nearly sometimes 3 hours to get the bus from King's Lynn to County Hall to come to a meeting. So there are alternatives.
You're out of time. Could you sum up, please?
We need to explore them, and the best place to do that, I believe, would be a committee.
Thank you, Councillor. That takes us to Councillor Caldwell, the seconder of the motion to...
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased that the Liberal Democrats have brought this issue on public transport at the earliest opportunity, given the very recent government policy announcement. And look, we all want safer roads. We've heard the national figures, which are stark regarding road safety, and that part of the debate is straightforward. But what's not straightforward is what happens next in a county like ours. We've heard that Norfolk today is rural. Yes, it's dispersed. It has an ageing population. But for many residents, there simply is no realistic alternative to driving. Many residents in West Norfolk villages feel buses are infrequent or non-existent. Routes have been cut back year after year, and taxis are expensive or unavailable. In many villages, if you lose your licence, as we've heard, you lose access to those vital services, shops, GP appointments, social contact, and even basic independence. That is not, and today is not about older people being pilloried, as has been said. This is about making sure there is provision for older people to continue to thrive and live to their fullness in retirement in Norfolk. That is not a theoretical risk, it's everyday life. We've heard as well that Norfolk County Council has been awarded further BSIP money and a further 12 million last month via the government's active travel fund. So this council has an opportunity to agree a firm commitment to prioritising rural travel schemes in parts of Norfolk. And that new funding shows recognition that public transport in Norfolk is deemed inadequate by central government. But funding announcements alone don't fix the fundamental problems for most older residents. Public transport is not something that they can fall back on. So that is why this motion is so important, and it says clearly that road safety measures cannot be introduced in isolation. So if the government does tighten these licence requirements, it has a responsibility to invest properly in community transport, demand responsive services and clear accessible alternatives. So I'm pleased Councillor Plant has given support for bus hubs today. The previous Lib Dem Norfolk County Council manifesto contained intentions for bus hubs across the county. And this government policy change recently announced makes our call even more important. And this motion, by calling for a rural impact assessment and proper rural proofing, as is known, this council is asking for fairness. Safer roads must not come at the price of loneliness, missed healthcare, or people being stranded in their own homes. Yes, it will go now to a committee, as we've heard, but it's just not for passing to a committee. We must ensure that we listen to the communities in the towns and the villages about what they want, about what they need from public transport, so we don't repeat the mistakes made by this administration, for example, over the Sheringham bus shelter. This motion, even as amended, is a balanced, practical motion rooted in the realities of Norfolk, and I urge all councillors to support it. Thank you.
Sorry, I've Councillor Plant make a point of order. Would you tell me which part of the Constitution you're making under, please?
Misrepresentation?
No, which part of the which part of the Constitution you're making the point of order?
I haven't got
under?
the Constitution in front of me.
Then I won't accept the point of order. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry. So I've refused it. Thank you. And Councillor Sayers, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
I think the debate's been fairly robust, and I'm happy to go to the vote.
Right, thank you very much. Could we... So this motion has been duly proposed, amended and debated. Could we go to the vote on that, please? Thank you. Has everyone who wishes to vote been able to do so? I think we have everyone. So on that we have 47, no abstentions and no one against. So that motion is carried. Councillor Morphew, your proposal of motion 3, you have a minute if you wish to if you wish to do so.
Chair, can I suggest we just abandon it and go into closed session so that we can get on with it, because we won't get a proper debate, and I'll just withdraw it if we go into closed session.
Right. Okay. That's fine. We've now hit the time anyway, so we've 3 hours has elapsed. The meeting was not extended. In line with Rule 4, subsection 5, we'll now cease all debate and we'll move on to taking each motion at a time. So, motion 3, Councillor Morphew, do you wish to withdraw that motion? Thank you. Motion 4, Councillor Webb, do you wish that motion to go forward? And there is an amendment proposed to it.
Yes, I just wanted advice from the monitoring officer on how to deal with the amendment, because obviously we feel that it materially alters our motion. So is the monitoring officer able to explain the rationale of that, so that's a matter of public record as well before the vote is taken, please?
Right. I've discussed it with the monitoring officer and she is content with the amendment. However, I will ask the monitoring officer to explain that so that it is on the public record as you request.
Thank you. I've considered the amendment very carefully. Obviously, an amendment wouldn't be in order if it negated the original motion. I'm of the view that this does not negate the original motion. It describes a point in time rather than a negation, rather than the opposite to what the motion is asking. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment, so the original motion is proposed by Councillor Webb and seconded by Councillor Corlett. So what I would propose to do is we will vote on them. If you wish to go forward, we will now. I'll ask for the amendment. I'll vote on the amendment. If that amendment is carried, it would become the substantive motion. Sorry, is this a point of order, Councillor?
Could you inform us of what the amendment says?
Yeah, sorry, could we have the amendment on the screen, please? Sorry, I don't understood that being circulated to members previously.
So that's correct, unless Maxine accepts it, then they just vote on the amendment and then they vote on it.
So the amendment's in front. It is proposed by Councillor Mason-Billig and I understand seconded by Councillor Jimmerson. So I'd ask Councillor Webb, do you wish to accept that amendment?
Can we withdraw the motion, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have the consent of the seconder to withdraw? Yes. So that's withdrawn. Thank you very much. I feel I should be a Philadelphia lawyer, but there we are. Yeah, that's it. Well, I'll just ask the monitoring officer. I'm not sure, anyway. So, motion 5 that's been proposed by Councillor Clancy. Councillor Clancy, is there a second? Councillor Chinnery. Councillor Clancy is not in the room, so he can.
We take them as moved
Sorry?
and voted on, so
Sorry?
let's just go to the vote.
Okay, it's been proposed and seconded. Can we go to it? That's what, can we go to the vote on this, on motion 5, which is the one on pubs and high street shops? Sorry, Councillor.
There was an amendment posted on this one as well.
When was that amendment submitted?
This morning.
Yeah, we didn't receive it in time.
It was. The advice I've been given is that amendment was not received in time. It was submitted past last night's deadline, so that will not be. That we can't consider that.
All right. Well, that's a shame.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. I haven't. If it's any consider, I haven't actually seen it. But so the Councillor Shires, is it a point of order?
I'm just a bit confused because we took an amendment from the room.
The amendment, right? I'll explain that. There is a closing time for amendments. So any amendment that has been submitted before the closure time, which I understand is, off the top of my head, is last night, that can be voted on in time. But any amendments received past the deadline, if we're in closure time, cannot be considered. Okay, and that the amendment to motion 5, I'm advised, was submitted past closure time. Thank you. Right, so we will now go to the vote on motion 5. If we give the voting up, please. And that's the one on high street pubs and shops. Could I just ask that everyone who wishes to vote has been able to do so? In that case, the votes are 28 for, 12 abstentions and 7 against. So motion 5 is cancelled. Councillor Sayre, is that a point of order?
Just for clarity, for public record, who were the proposer and seconder on that?
So there's Stuart Clancy and Councillor Chinnery. I will ask the monitoring officer to give public the advice she gave me.
When in closure, all of the motions are considered, moved and seconded. Thank you.
So so that takes us to I'll just let these scroll through. And that takes us to motion 6, which has been proposed by Councillor Watkins. Do you wish this to go forward and be voted on, or do you wish to withdraw it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will withdraw the motion on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have no questions. Agenda item 15, no questions been received under Rule 9.3 of the Council procedure. And item 16, appointments to committees, subcommittees and joint committees. There are no appointments to note. And that brings us at 13:48 to the end of the meeting. Thank you very much to those who are left and to everyone for taking part. Thank you.